Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, William Isla Jr., from the DHHL office, Halepono'i 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Tuesday, January the 19th, 2021. The time is 9:37 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's 17th proclamation related to COVID emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through February 15th, 2021, to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awol, I'm sorry, Commissioner Awol will be joining us shortly. Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu,
Here.
Commissioner Namo'o is excused. Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Aye.
Chair Isla.
Aye.
We have 7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Before we approve the agenda, the following changes are being made. C1 may be taken out of order. That is to account for the availability of Lehua. She's currently managing multiple meetings. D12 on the agenda is actually D11, and we will pull it from the consent agenda and take it separately. And then F1 will be deferred until tomorrow. That is to give the commissioners additional time to review it. May I have a motion to approve the agenda with those changes?
Chair, I have another change I'd like to make.
Yes, go ahead.
On page 16 of 29, my comments at the bottom of the page.
Oh, we're on the agenda right now, Dennis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We'll take up the minutes shortly thereafter.
So moved.
Okay.
to approve.
Teruya
And Zach, second.
and Helm.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone who doesn't approve? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, Dennis, we're on the agenda. I mean, on the
Yeah.
approval of the minutes.
The minute.
Yeah, so just a correction on the minutes on the 21st, page 16 of 29.
All right,
And about the middle of the paragraph, he talked about 2 tribes in Connecticut that contribute 5 million. I did a fact check on myself. That should be 3 billion, and those are slot revenues from 2016 to 2017.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
Chair, I received a number of edits from Commissioner Teruya.
Okay, the number of edits from Patty. Thank you, Patty.
You're
Any other
welcome.
commissioners? Okay, with Patty's edits and Dennis's edits, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? I mean, approve the minutes.
So moved.
So moved.
Seconded.
Teruya and
Okay.
Nevis.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. There were 10 public testimonies received by 4:30 p.m. on Friday, 6 related to the gaming legislation, and 4 related to item G2. Another 5 testimonies were added this morning to the commissioner's cloud folders. So just for your information, commission members, any questions regarding those public testimonies or comments? David? I saw your hand
Thank
up.
you, Chair. I wanted to address Uncle Pat Kawaya Ola'a, his comment regarding the last special meeting. And so his concern is that we had come back into public session only to adjourn, and he was wondering what the outcome had been. And so I do think that we owe him, we need to let him know that in fact there was the commissioners that had voted in favor did not want to change their position. And so that is how the meeting ended, and then that's how the meeting was adjourned. And then also to the other beneficiaries, I do want to say that our job as commissioners is to hold the department accountable for the beneficiaries, not for ourselves. And so, having heard all of the comments that the beneficiaries have made, I think it's incumbent on me to say that I apologize that we were not able to convince the other commissioners that process, having the opportunity to vet things appropriately, was necessary in this case. And you have heard my fellow commissioners talk about the need for process, the need to set policies. And the only reason that we set policies is for the benefit of the beneficiaries. But for some reason, all the department needed to do was throw out $30 million a year, 180 years to change the wait list, and that was sufficient for the majority of the commissioners. And so I just wanted to address Uncle Pat's concern and the other beneficiaries. We hear you. It's just the process that we have to go through. I'm not done trying to hold the department accountable. I think at this point we learned that we have difficulty holding our chair accountable to us, and I think that should change. But I won't stop in that effort. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, David. I will. I did address Uncle Pat, but I will make that clarification. Other commissioners?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, regarding J2 Lico Wallace, Naiva Homestead Association, could staff or a member of staff follow up on her request regarding the reauthorizing the $950,000 for the for Nahiva? And because yeah, so whenever that could be done, just to follow up for Lico Wallace's request or her written testimony.
Okay, thank you, Zach. I have Stuart at the table to provide you with an update.
Thank you.
Aloha, Commissioners. So the $950,000 in CIP funds have been reauthorized. So Land Development Division right now is going through the process of getting those monies released and contracted. So we're already starting the environmental assessment process with the prior funds which we received. So we are on our way. We're getting assistance from Andrew Choi and Malia Cox in the planning office to start the community information and engagement process. So you'll be seeing that calendar coming out shortly.
Thanks, Stuart. Just to follow up, could you some way email an update on this request to Lico Wallace, if possible?
Absolutely.
And CC me, please.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Hey, Patty?
I'm looking here.
You're,
I guess
you're
my
muted.
question, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Okay,
now.
so thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question, as I see the agenda J3, how does the department handle criminal activity on homestead? I noticed that we're receiving a lot of JI agenda items on beneficiaries reporting harassment and criminal activity. So I guess maybe it's not a discussion today, but it could be something that you could come back to us. So what is the step of process of complaints that have problems in their homestead of criminal activity? And like I said, maybe it's not an answer for today, but we can further discuss this. Thank you.
Okay, tomorrow I will ask Deputy Attorney General to have that discussion in executive session, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other references, we'll go to the consent agenda, of course, minus D11, which we'll take right after.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to be with you guys this morning, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I wanted to thank Commissioner Teruya for the beautiful prayer in opening up this meeting this morning. Again, thank you. HST has items D2 to D10 for your consideration. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Patty?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Juan, and Happy New Year to you too and your staff. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to recuse myself on item D3. I do have my own homestead under that item. I did move forward and no favors for the department. I went through the whole process of refinancing my house with a 4% with your staff, Vernon. And in fact, I'd like to thank him for his, he was really helpful because some things you just don't understand. But I did get blessed to do the proper paperwork to get my house refinanced to a 4.0% on my loan. So it's on the item for D3 for approval. So I think I should recuse myself from voting on that particular item. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations on your refi. If there are no other questions, then I think to make it cleaner for Patty, what we'll do is,
Chair, I have a question.
okay, yes, Dennis.
Yes, on, let's see, on D1, page 2, we talk about the delinquency report.
We'll take care of that. The
Tomorrow.
D1 is not part of this motion, Commissioner.
Oh,
There's no D1.
sorry.
Not on the consent agenda.
Oh, sorry, my fault.
Are you okay, Dennis?
That's it.
Are you okay for us to move on, Dennis?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D3?
So move.
Patty?
Second.
So move.
Second, Dennis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Can I have a motion to approve agenda item D3 with Commissioner Teruya excusing herself?
So move.
Can we get a second?
Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, I noticed on not just Commissioner Teruya's one, but also next, it says a contested case was not held for this account. Is this a change in policy, or is this the first time I've seen this under this? Is this?
Dean
Can you
is
just
coming to
explain that,
the,
please?
yeah, Dean is coming to the table.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Neves, previous commissions have requested we place this because when these items come up for refinance, they wanted to know if it was indeed a contested case hearing that resulted in the refinance, or was it primarily clients or beneficiaries who make payments and are being somewhat rewarded for a lower interest rate. That's it.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Okay, did we get our second?
We did not.
Okay, can we get a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, with Commissioner Harry abstaining?
Yeah.
Motion is carried. Thank you very, very much. Let's go to D11, formerly D12.
Good morning, Commissioners. D11 is a commission designation of Betsy Navarro, the decedent, regarding lease number 1858. Recommended motion action number 1 is to approve the selection of Brenda Navarro Masuno to succeed to the interest of Betsy Navarro, again in residential lease number 1858 in Kelkaha. Motion 2 is to stipulate that Brenda's right and interest in the lease does not vest until Brenda has signed the transfer through successorship lease document, the lease addendum, and any other documentation that's required of Brenda. Motion number 3 is to authorize the department to extend the deadline up to 30 days for good cause if she does not sign the documents on or before March 31st, 2021. Number 4 is to declare that if Brenda's selection as a successor is revoked, then the property will be leased will be offered to the next applicant on the wait list. And number 5 is to amend the lease to reflect the new title, the lessor's name, and to update the property description and to incorporate the currently used conditions for the updated leases, as the updated leases. Now, just the reason why I pulled this out in reviewing the submittal, Betsy Navarro, the decedent, and Sandra Wilson succeeded to the lease as joint tenants. On April 25th or 24th, 1995, the decedent, Betsy, designated her sister, Jocelyn, as the successor to her interest. The department received a death certificate for Sandra on June 30th, 2016, which confirmed the death of Sandra on November 15th, 2014. And upon Sandra's death, by operation of law, Betsy became the lessee as tenant by severalty. The department received the death certificate for Jocelyn, the named successor for Betsy's interest, on January 5th of this year, confirming her death July 7th, 2016. Through the process of correcting and editing this submittal, I'm a little embarrassed to inform you that the decedent's death on December 18th, 2018 was somehow omitted. It was original there on the original draft, but through the editing and making corrections, that information that Betsy died on December 18, 2018 was omitted from the draft of the submittal. And as additional information, her death certificate was received on August 15, 2019. So again, it's Betsy died in essence without a successor. We went through public notice process, and we received the claimant from Brenda. Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding this submittal?
Yes, I have, this is Dennis, I have a question on your recommended motion on item number 4. you say if the successor is revoked, what do you mean by that? Is that if the revoked
Yeah.
based on not filling out all the information and providing, her birth certificates and so on and so forth? Is there an issue there, or?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. We've experienced, once we come to you for approval of a successor, we do at times experience issues with that designated successor coming in to execute the document. Although they've submitted a claim and their claim has been accepted, approved, and the commission has approved the designation. After drafting the document, for various reasons, that designated successor fails to come in and execute the prepared documents timely. Through those experiences, the department has set a deadline for that successor to come in and properly execute the document. In this case, we're giving Brenda up until March 31st, 2021 to execute. If for whatever reason she doesn't come in, we can extend that deadline for another 30 days. If she fails to come in and execute the document, even with that extension, then without having to come back to you to set aside your previous action, her designation would be revoked at that time.
Okay.
We don't
very good.
anticipate any issues, but again, it's just a safety precautionary measure that we've experienced in the past. In working with our council, this was the best process that we've come up with.
Yes, and I agree. It's a good process, so we don't have to go back and forth, and we don't have homes sitting out there forever waiting for somebody. I know we have an issue here in Kauai and Kekaha. A home's been empty for over a year, couple of years, waiting for somebody to respond. So hopefully we can move on that as well. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Commissioner.
Okay, other questions, commissioners? If not, can I have a motion to approve staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Seeing none, okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
No, F2, you ready? Okay. We're going to shift over to F2, awaiting some personnel to arrive.
Aloha Commissioners, Haoli Makahikiho, Kahana Albino, Acting Administrator, Land Management Division. Item number F2, LMD is requesting approval to an extension of right of entry number 697 issued to Goodfellow Brothers in Mo'ilili, Island of Oahu.
I have a motion to consider staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
I think Patty, did you second? You were muted. She
Okay,
did,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, me and Nevis, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you again, Commissioners. Again, LMD is requesting the extension of limited right of entry number 697, which is issued to Goodfellow Brothers. I have Alan Llanos, our land agent here, who is overseeing this extension. If you have any questions, you can ask away.
Any questions, commissioners?
Interruption.
Okay, if there are no questions, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries.
Mahalo.
We're supposed to have C2, but our presenter is also presenting before one of the legislative commissions, legislative hearings right now. So we'll move C to later in the agenda when she becomes available. Are we ready to go to the agenda?
We are not.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll go to the J agenda. Okay? Commissioners, 10-minute break. You guys want to queue up? In which the J agenda will be taken live, and it took us a while to get the technology lined up, and so our first agenda, J agenda testimony comes from Lori Buchanan. Can you hear us, Lori?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And can you see us?
I can see you, and I can see, yes, Zachary and Randy, yes, and Patty.
Aloha.
Okay, Aloha.
Aloha and mahalo.
I have to remind you, there's a 10-minute limit, so let us know when you're ready to start the clock.
Okay, you just made me panic.
You've
Okay.
done this before.
I have, but not after one major storm on Molokai. Thank you very much. You can start the clock, and please let me know when I run out of time. So I'm going to try speed talk. Mahalo, honorable commission members. I wanted this opportunity first to just apprise you that I've been involved in planning in Kalapapa on the island of Molokai for quite a long time. First working there in 1990 something till now, but engaged with the Park Service. So I'm here to tell you today that I believe it was last week, the National Park Service abruptly ended virtual 106 consultations with stakeholders, beneficiaries like myself on the programmatic agreement for Kalaupapa. So I'm here today to ask and caution the commission to please do not sign any programmatic agreement that the Park Service wants to engage with the department, because they have not finished consultation. And at best, since 2009, the consultation with stakeholders and Native Hawaiians have been spotty at best, likened to a shell game. It's been very confusing, and it's left us with stakeholders just crying in confusion. And so the current PA that they're working on has not been completed, and we were told last week that further participation would only occur in writing, and that's it. And so I was in shock, actually. I couldn't believe it that they were telling us that they were ending consultation. They've been very dismissive and disingenuous throughout the process, taking our comments and then dismissing them, not including them on the programmatic agreement, as well as the environmental assessment that they had prepared. First, they started with an EIS, went to an EA, and then the Department of the Interior came along one day and said they didn't have to do it. So they moved straight into a programmatic agreement that is pages and pages long, that has not been thoroughly vetted by stakeholders such as myself. And so I'm really asking the department today, like moving forward, what do I want? What can we do? I would like the department to help to initiate a working group of the people who have been in consultation with the National Park Service since 2000 and before. That includes the Ka'ohana Kalaupapa organization, as well as myself and others who have provided testimony. I did want to say also, if I'm running out of time, that I'm happy to present 6 minutes. I'm happy to present to the commission from the stakeholders' perspective, because I saw Nancy McPherson give the 2 briefings to the commission, and I believe that there's so much more going on that the commission really needs to know, that you guys don't know. And I can team up with Ka'ohana to give you that presentation. I feel that iwi kupuna is our responsibility as Native Hawaiians to care for iwi kupuna. It is not the federal government's responsibility to care for iwi kupuna. It's our responsibility. And it's with that determination that I've stuck it out in all these years trying to work with the Park Service, and it has just been a total failure. And I'm very disappointed at that I have to report that to the commission, because DHHL is the landowner. And I can go into more detail when I have more time and if the commission wants to hear that. So I can take questions too. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So commissioners, questions? I see Randy, you have your hand up.
Yes. Aloha, Laurie.
Aloha.
So this is more commentary than it is a question. So I know this is not a decision-making process agenda, but I do want to say up front that I support the community's concerns as it relates to our federal government via national parks to oppose this decision to abruptly end consultation with members of the community who have a much bigger vested stake and interest in Kalaupapa. I can't really get a read from the department because my message remains the same after 2 previous briefings. I can't really get a read from the department where they're currently at as a result of the concerns that continue to come before us. So just know that I support the community in wanting to continue consultation, wanting to create a working group comprised and selected from the community to move this process forward in a way that better reflects the community that's affected. So that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Randy. I'll just answer that the department, Andrew's not in the room, but we are strongly considering the makeup of the working group and holding meetings as requested. So that hasn't been finalized yet, and once it's finalized, we can present to you.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners?
Chair.
Zach?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, aloha, Lori. Thank you so much for your presentation. Yeah, and it's very disturbing to know that, you know, there's no cooperation. But, you know, I'd like to request, Chair, that we continue to provide support to Ka'ohana, which Lori has mentioned. And I'd like to request to you, Chair, that if they could do a presentation regarding the concerns of our community. So with that said, I'm really in support of the communities to be involved, and I really think you know, the National Park Service has not been fair or, you know, upfront with our community. So yeah, so that's all I got to say. And I know Laurie has done so much for this particular issue. So thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Zach. I will work with planning to work with Laurie and with Ka'ohana for a presentation from them at the next meeting in February.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Laurie? Commissioner Ka'apu.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Laurie. Thank you for your presentation. My only question is, are you optimistic that things might change with the change in administration, or do you think that this is a systematic problem?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. I believe it's a systematic problem. I don't believe it has anything to do with politics. I believe it has to do with the federal rulemaking process on consultation and the like with indigenous peoples. And it has a lot to do with money. And the caution here is in the current programmatic agreement, which is a contract. They put in all of the buzzwords that you have in a contract, like Anti-Deficiency Act. And all that is a clause that says that everything we agreed to in this programmatic agreement, if I don't have the money to do it, then I'm off the hook. And so it has a lot to do with money and the responsibility of the management and oversight with the federal government in Kalaupapa and to beneficiaries through the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And I can go into that really specifically. And I think there are legal obligations that have not been met. And that is also an outside issue. And then just quickly on March 7, 2019, this letter signed by then Chair Joby outlined a lot of issues which was never resolved, or unbeknownst to me, the Park Service has never responded to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands on the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looking for any other hands that are up. Okay, I don't see any. So, oh, one just went up, Randy.
Yes. So thank you, Chair. So my question to the department is, if this continues to be an endless cycle of smoke and mirrors for our Molokai community, what kind of hammer do we have to bring this misery to an end?
Okay, hold on a second. Joby's coming to the table. She has some information to offer.
Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Just to respond to your question, Commissioner Alwo, we would have to look at what obligations or conditions exist within the general lease in terms of the obligations contractually between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands as lessor and National Park Service as lessee. There are some additional issues as it relates to Kalaupapa because the identification of the lands as a National Park Service also involves a congressional act. So it is a complicated legal structure, I think. But I think our first documentation would be to look at the terms of the lease and what can be enforced through that agreement.
Okay, thank you, Joby.
Hey, Randy. Other commissioners, additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Laurie, thank you for bringing this to our attention. And Randy, as you can see, there are broader legal issues that have to be looked at within the context of trying to solve the problem.
Yeah,
Mahalo plenty. Mahalo.
Thank you, Laurie. And Chair, just to add on to that comment, I do appreciate that things aren't always what it appears to be, but it's helpful to hear from the department what the analysis is. And so I appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay. Mahalo. Thank you, Randy. Before we continue with the rest of the agenda, we were going to go to agenda item F1 and just open it up with decision making tomorrow. Joby?
Thank you, Chair. I asked the Chair's indulgence to allow us to at least introduce the item before it's formally put into the record as a motion, simply because there were a number of changes that were made from the prior presentation, and we wanted to be sure that the Commission was comfortable with those changes before they had the pressure of having to make a decision tomorrow. First, let me just apologize that the Commission didn't get this with the rest of the packet. It went through a thorough review to try to capture all of the comments, and that took a little bit longer than we had anticipated. So if I may, just to walk the Commission through the submittal so you can see what we're considering or recommending for the Commission's consideration as we look to revise this revocable permit program, if that's okay, Chair.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm going to start with page 2 of the submittal. It's broken out into several parts. The first part really identifies that it is our intent with this pilot to break it into phases. The first phase, and this was something we had introduced last month, but we want to kind of take pieces of the elephant down in sections. Part of that is because we do have limited staffing resources and we will need to bring on resources to assist us, but also so we can take it, in pieces. So the first part is our focus is intended to focus on the outreach, the application process, and the selection process. So we are going to limit it to a small number of lots, 1 to 3 lots, just to keep the focus on the programmatic elements and the outreach. We had identified a lot for the commission last month. Likely we'll continue with that, but we're trying to keep the lot selection to something that's fairly simple to put out into a revocable permit program. And our intention is to reintroduce the revocable permit program as a tool the way that it's supposed to be utilized, which is for short-term use, as compared to a right of entry, which is more about providing permission to do activities such as due diligence. So the first phase would deal with the outreach, the application, and the review. And then the second phase, and these are not necessarily sequential, but our second phase would be to take a closer look and review through our parcels to identify those that really should be in longer term disposition from those that are, really intended to be short-term use, and longer-term dispositions meaning general leasing, and they may still remain in RP until we're able to phase in the general leasing or other longer-term disposition that we're looking at. In phase 2, we'd be looking at taking a very closer review of our rent methodology and establishing the upset rent for these RPs. Much of the changes that were incorporated, including, and I want to thank the commissioners that took the time, very thoughtful feedback, very helpful feedback to improve this program. And so even the identification of part 2 of breaking out the RPs, that was actually feedback we had received from Commissioner Kaupu, which I thought was very helpful. So we're recommending that we break out the types of RPs under part 2 so that we can be, it more closely aligns to the use that's intended by the RP. The terms and conditions, the meat of the RP will remain the same. The main difference between each of these RPs is in the use, the rent, and a slightly different focus in the selection methodology. So a general RP is pretty much what we used to use the RP for. Primarily, we're looking for presence, for use of the land, just presence as a land management tool. A business RP is an RP that really has the opportunity or potential of making more money for both the RP holder as well as the trust. And a community RP is intended for a use that is meant to benefit either a geographic community or a community of beneficiaries, such as waitlisters on a particular island. This is different than a right of entry, which is what we would distribute for or utilize for a beneficiary group looking to do the due diligence with the intention of moving to a longer term disposition. Part 3, taking back the feedback that several of the commissioners had suggested of splitting out minimum qualifications from the selection criteria. There would be a minimum of 3 criteria or qualifications that we would run all the RPs through. The first being that they be in compliance with the state of Hawaii vendor requirements, and in response to some of the feedback we had received that we not make it so difficult for individuals seeking an RP and perhaps not having all of the bells and whistles. For those individuals who are applicants, we could substitute in state and federal tax returns to be as compared to compliance with the Hawaii Compliance Express, which is a little bit more rigorous and intended for businesses and for organizations. So either compliance with Hawaii, the state of Hawaii vendor requirements, or submission of your last 2 years of state and federal taxes to demonstrate that you're in compliance with paying your taxes to the state of Hawaii at a minimum if you're an individual. Insurance, that you're able to meet the insurance requirements, and those may vary depending on the type of RP, and that the use does not require an EA. That's critical as a minimum qualification, because if it does require an EA, we are moving into a higher level of use, and potentially a longer term disposition would be more appropriate. Part 4 goes into the selection criteria for each of the types of the RPs, and the documentation for the applicant for each of the types of the RPs. Basically, the criteria that we're looking for, consistent with at least the general and the business RPs, would be that we're looking at a good idea and the ability to execute that idea, a good tenant, someone who pays their bills, is an excellent, has an excellent reputation as a tenant, and then the benefit to DHHL and rent, or and its beneficiaries. And so that beneficiary commitment, there are examples beyond just being an beneficiary applicant. So organizations that may be Native Hawaiian or support the beneficiary community in a significant way, there are examples. That third criteria, sometimes it's not completely sometimes it's a trade-off between the two, or sometimes it can be complementary, both the rent as well as how the applicant is intended to benefit the beneficiary community. The biggest difference between the general RP and the business RP, you'll see as you read through it, is that the business RP gives slightly more points to the benefit to DHHL and its beneficiaries, that being that this is about properties that generally are revenue generating, both for the applicant as well as for DHHL. And because of that, the level of documentation that we're seeking from the applicant is more rigorous. We're asking for example, a business plan with 3 years pro forma, letters, proof of funds through the most recent bank statements that they have, the security deposit. I think that was something that Commissioner Neves had brought up at the last meeting. The community RP, so both the business and the general RP are expected to, when we're fully implementing the program, go out on a competitive basis. We would seek all interested applicants for the properties that we're looking at and evaluate that on a periodic basis. Once we have a better idea of the rollout of this, whether that's annual, semi-annual, but it's intended to be a competitive process for both the business RP and the general RP. Whereas the community RP, because these come up as ideas come up, this would be more on a rolling basis. The criteria, really criteria 1 and 2, what we're seeking is that the entity or the individual seeking the RP at least meet a minimum threshold of having a good plan and being a good tenant. And the third criteria would simply be, did they do sufficient outreach with the community and consultation with the community that is impacted? All of this would be brought before the commission for approval. So commission approval of the concept or the project is required before any kind of RP would be issued. And the documentation mirrors the general RP documentation, but we did try to recognize that, especially if a RP is intended to be gratis to, let's say, a homestead association, the need to provide, the credit reports, for example, may not be necessary. Part 5 goes over the term. So what's being recommended is that an RP could be renewed up to 5 years. And then after that, even for our best tenants, there would have to be a reapplication for that parcel. And that is based on several recommendations that we've received over the years to prevent people or entities from believing that that property is actually theirs in some way, and it allows for the opportunity for others to have a chance as well. And then part 6 goes through the selection process. I believe we've talked with the commission about this. For For the general and for the business RPs, there would be a selection committee of at least 3 and no more than 5 to try to keep it a manageable size. It could include members of with expertise from the public. In the event that 2 or more applicants have a score that is equivalent, then what we're recommending is that those entities that have the highest scores be placed into basically a jar, and a staff member with a witness who is not part of the selection committee would just pull at random. That would be brought forward to the commission for final approval. Any applicant that was not successful would have the opportunity to seek a reconsideration, but our recommendation is that there be 1 reconsideration offered for all the protests for 1 award cycle, just to keep things moving forward. And then the last part is outreach. This is something that we will be working with ICRO as to the best way to do outreach, both to our beneficiaries on the waiting list, as well as beneficiary-owned businesses or other Native Hawaiian organizations, to express that the department is changing the way that it's doing business as it relates to revocable permits. And this is going to be a process of a rollout process, beginning with this first pilot on the application outreach and selection, and then moving on to the parcels and then the rental reviews. So I did just want to kind of walk the commission through that, and if they have any questions or comments or feedback, we can take that overnight and then incorporate that into the submittal.
Okay, commissioners, so if you have time to think about it, and we can take it back up again tomorrow. Thank you, Joby.
Okay.
Okay, and we have Lehua. In between one of her multiple meetings, is here to present agenda item 1.
Aloha, aloha commissioners. The Lehua Kinilau Kano legislative analyst. The motion for the commission today is first to authorize the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to utilize up to $2.4 million as provided for in the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021 to provide emergency rental assistance, as well as to authorize the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to utilize any remaining funds up to $7 million of Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant funds made available in accordance with NAHASDA, needed beyond the $2.4 million as provided in the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, and allow the department to increase funding for the program in response to demand and as NHHBG funding or other supplemental funding permits, by informing the Hawaiian Homes Commission.
Okay, thank you, Lehua. Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second. Okay, thank you, Zach. Okay,
so the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 was signed into law by President Trump. In that new law that was passed, there was $2.4 million specifically provided for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for emergency rental assistance. The law also included $2 million in NAHASDA funding, and then there was separate funding for telecommunications. Again, the purpose for this is to touch on the $2.4 million for emergency rental assistance. The program will be very similar to what the department has, what the commission has already approved under prior emergency rental assistance that the department has been deploying. The real difference is that this law allows for not just rental and rent arrears, but also for utilities and utility arrears. And it also sort of provides some broad language that there's other expenses that may be a result of COVID. We're still working with the Department of Treasury to get some guidance and clarification around that. But again, these are funds that are available. The department has already applied for these funds and are awaiting receipt. These funds would need to be expended by the end of the year, December 31st, 2021. Similar to the program that this commission has already approved, we would want to assist Native Hawaiians who are on the wait list or undivided interest lessees, that they're experiencing unemployment or a reduction in household income due to COVID. the law does require that priority will be given to an individual who has been unemployed for the 90 days prior to application for assistance. We're looking at households whose total household annual income does not exceed 80% area median income as defined by HUD, but priority will be given to households with income at or below 50% area median income. The rental unit for which assistance is being requested is the individual's primary residence located in the state of Hawaii. And then we have some of the same provisions about the maximum monthly rent that will not pay, that to pay may not exceed 30% of the family's household monthly, the family's monthly adjusted income. And we get some explanation on that. And then as well as the maximum fair market rent is what will be considered as established by HUD's fair market rent guidelines. Not more than 12 months of payment for rent. An additional 3 months may be available on a case-by-case basis to ensure housing stability and subject to funding. And eligible households that received assistance through the previously approved program utilizing NHHBG funds can reapply for assistance under this program. And so that's in a nutshell what the program would do. I know our main priority is that we want to demonstrate to Congress our ability to expend this $2.4 million. Just to give you a basis, the existing program we have now, we've assisted 123 beneficiary households, 13 on the island of Hawaii, 3 on the island of Kauai, 27 on Maui, 80 on Oahu, consisting of 240 adults and 168 minors. We've expended about $1 million, but keep in mind that it was only for rental assistance. This program will allow us to also assist with utilities. So our goal is to expend at minimum the $2.4 million by the deadline. And we are asking again for NHHBG funds, because if we are able to spend more than the $2.4 million, we want to spend it so that we can demonstrate again to Congress our ability to expend and deploy these funds. So far, we'll see how it goes. The department is sort of leading. I believe we're probably one of the first in the state that went and applied for the funds already, because the state and the counties are still trying to figure out whether it's going to be the state doing it on behalf of all the counties or whether the counties will go separately. Our goal, if this commission supports this, is to try and get a contract in place by February 1st so we can deploy this program and get the funds out the door as quick as possible.
Questions, commissioners?
Yes, Lee, who is Dennis? I have a question. So this is outside of the current program, rental assistance program we have. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And the money that's going to be going to electrical or utility cost, how are we controlling that that's going to go towards utility costs?
Unfortunately, that's one of the areas I will admit that the Treasury has very little guidance on. We still have staff trying to run down. We've sent over probably a 4-page document of all kinds of questions to Treasury. In the meantime, what we're going to do is continue to follow the guidance. If we do get, if we are able to get a contract in place, if the commission so approves this item, then we will have language in the contract that will say subject to federal requirements. Again, where this is moving as we're moving. As you folks are well aware, there's a new administration that's going to come in. So some of the people we're working with are part of the current administration. So we're doing the best we can to get whatever guidance we have from Treasury.
Yes, thank you for your efforts, Lehua. This is, I'm a little surprised that there's not more people that have applied through Kauai for rental assistance. I know the need is great. So getting a group to work with us to get the information out, I think would be great for the group.
I think what you will see, Commissioner Nevis, it will come up when planning does their beneficiary study report that's on this agenda. You're going to find out that half of the wait list own homes. So again, this law under the Consolidated Appropriations Act allows for assistance only to renter households. Even if it's utilities, it's only to renters. So if you have a mortgage or if you have an existing home, Unfortunately, this assistance that's being provided would not be available for you. So I think part of it is that, part of it is out of state. We do have a requirement that our area that we service is here within the state of Hawaii. So again, our beneficiaries who live out of state would have to seek assistance from programs that exist in their home state. So those are some of the issues I think will come to light when you see the beneficiary study report tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Dennis. Go ahead, Joby.
Commissioner Neves, I did just want to share that we've been in dialogue with Hawaiian Electric. I know that that's not the the electric utility on Kauai, but there's a very strong interest in figuring out a methodology to get the payments once we're able to work this out directly from us to the utility on behalf of the beneficiary customer on their side and client on our side.
Great, thank you.
Joby. Russell first, then Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Lehua, good job on this program. What is your group that administers the program?
The current
go ahead.
The current program, you mean, that we're deploying right now?
Yeah, and then is that the same group that would be deploying this program if we approved it?
So the current program we're using right now, the current vendor is Aloha United Way. My experience with Aloha United Way, I give them a lot of credit. They were bombarded with the 211 number. They also they were the vendor not only for us, but for the city and for the state. Mm-hmm. For this new program, we've been in conversations with the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, because now that they have experience dispersing the city's funds, they too can see the value in focusing on our beneficiaries. I think we both feel we have a common beneficiary group, and we feel encouraged. We did some pro forma numbers. We do believe we can expend the 2.4 million based on some preliminary information that we have. But our goal, truthfully, I'm hoping we can double the expenditures and shoot for like 4.8 million and use some on the HASDA. Again, I'm just trying to demonstrate to Congress that we have the ability to get these monies out the door to help our beneficiaries and hopefully increase the amount of funds that we receive from Congress through NAHASDA.
And then the follow-up question, does the funding provide you the ability to pay for this service, these processors that are going out and getting people in the program and running them through the program?
So the Treasury, the Consolidated Appropriations Act allows for 10% of the 2.4 million to be used for administrative costs. So that's what the Treasury, under the current program we have with Aloha United Way, we allowed for 15% to be used for administrative costs. So what we're looking at going forward is, for the Treasury money, we would follow what's in the statute, which is 10%, but for NAHASDA funds, we would probably similarly allow the 15% like we did for Aloha United Way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Patty?
Hi, thank you, Lehua. Can you hear me? Happy New Year. I think you touched up on Aloha United Way, and I'm glad you said that, because they were very overwhelmed with a lot of other programs that they were initiated to handle from the state. And I'm not lobbying for CNHA, but I have witnessed their experience and capacity movement on handling a lot of great programs that went through Kahi'au and other programs, Makeke, to help vendors during the COVID pandemic during that time. I think that's an excellent organization that focus and has the database for Native Hawaiians and have the ability to reach out. I wanted to add that when you talk about when you went on the utility part, it's just a suggestion with HECO. I know they have the IHEAP program island-wide, and that has worked a lot. That has worked really well with helping kupunas and individuals to apply for the IHEAP electric program. So you may want to look at that program and the application process. They have a very good process in place. I helped a lot of kupunas fill up their IHEAP application, and they were actually moved to qualified, 350 a month or even a year. So witnessing that IHEAP program with Hawaiian Electric, I think it's a great program to help a lot of our beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries with Hawaiian Electric utility bills. So it's just a suggestion, but thank you very much. I think it's a great program to move forward to our congressional body. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Teruya. I will say that I think we all learned from this first round of experience. Again, I think when we entered into the agreement with Aloha United Way, the thinking at the time was everyone was contacting 211, so that would make the most sense. But hindsight being 2020, as you said, seeing the inundation that AUW faced. And then I think on the other side, CNHA's experience with the city has allowed them to grow as well. And I don't think they were in a place when we launched our program last year that they are now. And through that experience with the city, they themselves have found that they would prefer to go back to their core mission, which is serving our beneficiaries. Instead of when they deployed the city program, they were helping anyone. So I think it's a win-win for the both of us to go back to, again, an organization that has the experience working with our community. The only other thing I wanted to highlight for you with the LIHEAP is that there is a provision in the Treasury language that says that we cannot duplicate any other federal services. So just so you folks are aware, we have had beneficiaries come forward and ask for assistance in their receiving, for example, Section 8. And so we've had some guidance from HUD, and there are some limitations with that. So just so you're aware that we wouldn't be able to duplicate other federal funding that's available to assist families.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. Zach?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo Lehua for your presentation. I just have this question. How are you reaching out to these beneficiaries, like, for example, on Molokai? How do they get this information about participating in this proposal of yours? And like you said, it's only for renters, and it'll provide benefits for rental and utilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, because you mentioned island per island, you did not have any numbers for Molokai. So I'm just asking, what is the method of outreaching for these beneficiaries that are on the waiting list or waiting for a lease?
Thanks to ICRO, we did do not just one, but 2 mail-outs to the entire applicant waiting list. We also mailed out to the undivided interest lessees. We did as much media as we could. There was a press conference that the chair participated in with the head of Aloha United Way. The deputy went on a morning talk show. We did radio ads, so we did more than our typical type of advertising. I just don't know if there were so many programs out there at the same time. Unfortunately, we really tried, Commissioner Helm, to reach out to Molokai. We did not receive any requests for assistance from Molokai, but whatever we can do to work collaboratively with all of you, I'm hopeful again with our ICRO, and this time with CNHA. I already shared all the data with CNHA, and I told them what we're facing, and they feel convinced that they think we can at minimum hit the 2.4 million target. I impressed upon them that at minimum, I do not want any of those funds going back. I want those funds spent. And that's why I wanted to have some NAHASDA funds set aside too, because I'd rather they go over the 2.4 million than hold money back and make sure that we help those in the pipe and not take on new people who may be seeking assistance. And so therefore, that's why I'm backing up the request with NAHASDA funds.
Thank you, Lehua, for that information.
Okay, Zach, thank you. Is that David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lehua. Are NAHASDA funds available to our beneficiaries who are already on on the homelands for utilities?
So far, the programs that we've deployed has been for those that are renting. That's where we focused our
Yeah, I get that. I get that, but I'm just wondering, because you've extended this to the Nahasda program, shouldn't that be available to our beneficiaries? Because I think a lot of our beneficiaries are going to be running into the same issue. I know we have had a moratorium on them having to pay their mortgage, and that has been extended, but we haven't extended any assistance for utilities. And I don't know whether or not, you know, that exists, but I would guess that a lot of the people that you're reaching out to, the same would apply to our beneficiaries who are on the homestead. So I'm wondering if we can use the Nahasda funds to assist our beneficiaries. Thank you.
In my conversations with HUD staff thus far, most of our conversations on utilities have focused on renter households. But what I will commit, if it's okay with you, Commissioner Ka'apu, if you would consider this proposal as is, and I will follow up with HUD specifically about our lessees who have mortgage payments, because we're starting to enter areas that is not our typical area, because usually utilities is with renters, not specifically those who have mortgages. But I'm open to following up on that if we can still move forward with this so we can get the money out the door.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Looking at the screen, I don't see any other hands up. One last time. Commissioners, any further questions? If not, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. I didn't hear too many ayes. Okay.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing no one opposed, the motion carries. Lehua, thank you very much. I know you're juggling multiple meetings. We will go back to the agenda. Do you need some time? Okay, commission members, thank you. We'll go back to the J agenda. Okay, we have Aloha Lani Alapai, and she has a request relative to the Eisenberg development.
Go ahead. Hi, good morning. Aloha, my kako Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. My name is Aloha Lani Alapai. My ohana and descendants come from the Nanakuli Homestead community and Hanalei, Kauai. To date, I've been waiting patiently for a Hawaiian Homelands residential homestead lease on the island of Oahu for more than 30 years. As a result, DHHL offered me a single-family turnkey home in Kapolei, but due to financial hardships, I was unable to secure a down payment and continue with the financial qualifications process, etc. Nonetheless, DHHL assured me that I would not lose my position on the DHHL waiting list. Recently, I was informed that DHHL plans to develop the old Bolodrome property on Eisenberg Street in Honolulu into a rental lease property in a few years. However, DHHL also informed me that there is another waiting list specifically for that project, and should I be interested in that project, I would have to give up my positions on the current Oahu residential waiting list, and that I would go to the bottom of the proposed rental lease development waiting list. Therefore, I request your consideration and approval to remain on both the Oahu residential homestead waiting list as well as the proposed rental lease development waiting list according to my DHHL residential application date for the following reasons. Currently, I am in my 60s and I'm single with no dependents, and that I have lived and worked in the Mo'iliili and Waikiki area for more than 20 years, which makes my daily commute time to work in less than 10 minutes. At this point in my life, I'm still renting, and I will be much more confident in continuing to rent in the Mo'ili'ili and Honolulu area unless there are more opportunities and more project offerings that would benefit single waiting list applicants instead of waiting for another single family 30-year home loan mortgage for a residential lease in Kapolei, and which would be too burdensome for me. And giving up my current positions on the Oahu waiting list in order to jump onto the rental lease development waiting list is unacceptable. And I shouldn't have to give up one to get the other, nor do I have the time to wait around another 30 years on the waiting list because DHHL failed to inform me in writing that this rental lease proposal is a future option to which I could consider applying for. A rental lease option would be more workable and affordable, and an affordable option for me. Furthermore, in a few years, I will be better prepared to qualify for financial process and would improve my quality of life and be able to live, work, and play in the Honolulu and Mo'ili'ili area, in which I love. Finally, I appreciate your time, consideration, and favorable response in this matter. Mahalo a nui loa. Once again, I'm Aloha Lani Alapa'i.
Okay, mahalo, aloha lani. I just want to say to you that your place on the wait list will not change. And there is no wait list yet for the rentals. The project is about 2.5 years away from being completed. So I just want to give you that information and just let you rest assured that because your application is more than 30 years old, unless you've switched from another island back to Oahu, your position should be high enough that it would be a good chance that you would qualify as long as financially you're able to.
Good. May I have that in writing?
Now, unfortunately, you're not an applicant anymore. It was just handed to me. You're actually an undivided interest undivided interest lessee. So you are not an applicant. You're actually a lessee in EK2B. We can have more conversation with you offline on what your options are, but you presented yourself as an applicant, and you're not an applicant. You're actually a lessee. But we would be happy to share with you what your options are. Okay? And okay. Commissioners, are there any questions? David?
Thank you, Chair. Aloha Lani. Thank you for your testimony. You should inquire with the department. We have a new pilot project where we assist with the down payment. So if there are properties that are available, you can at least see if that would be of some assistance to you in qualifying for your own home in the area. But thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome. Mahalo.
Other commissioners? Okay, I don't see any other hands. Aloha Lani, please get in touch with us, and we will also bring into the potential if you are in need of rental assistance, because we have a program for that also. So thank you for bringing this issue to the Commission's attention, and please keep in touch with us.
Mahalo nui loa for your consideration and your time.
Okay, aloha. Keep in touch with Michelle. I know you've been talking to her. Okay?
Okay.
Mahalo. We have another Jade. Thank you. We have one more J agenda testifier. Grace from Kealoha from Waimanalo, can you hear us? Grace, you may be on. Okay, you've unmuted. Okay, commission members, this is Grace Kealoha from Waimanalo. I would caution commissioners that there is a contested case process underway. So be careful in your questioning because we're in open session. But I did want to provide the opportunity for her to address the commission. So go ahead, Grace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayla, and aloha to all the commissioners. Again, I thank you guys for the opportunity to share a concern of mine, which was recently brought to my attention. Why it's become a concern is there was an incident, a violent incident that occurred on December 12th of 2020, whereas I consider it as a cancel lessee staying here, here in the household with, I guess, us as the occupant of Native Hawaiians and a waitlister successors are a part of the household. But I call him a cancel lessee simply because his lease was canceled in 2017. And of course, a notice to vacate the premises was issued along with on February 25th, 2019, and to be vacated effective April 15th, 2019. This incident came about very unknown to us, but it was a violent incident in which we were advised by police officer Terrence Correra to file a TRO based on a situation and incident that he witnessed with not only us, but a lot of frontline workers. We therefore followed the advice and went to family court on December 14th of 2020. Unfortunately, not only one judge, but two family court judges were unable to make a determination on this TRO case simply because of property issues. Therefore, I guess our next reach out was to the department as well as Mr. Ayla and the commissioners to just address our situation that we are currently in, requesting for any help and assistance as far as what our options are. It became another concern of ours because as of today, we haven't received any response, in which I made several attempts online, email, and of course, asking, the judiciary system of what is the proper procedures. And notified that in the state of Hawaii, of course, that upon an eviction and or ejection, of course, there's a 6-step process. And I guess in this situation, as well as two more other families, I will not say their names, but they also, we all kind of went through the same contested case hearing during the same times and were served eviction notices at the same time. One family was given the proper process and two, which is ourselves, has never been filed with the court system. Upon, reaching out to the ombudsman as well as OIP, the responses were, just wait to the department response and give you the proper response and then, just follow up from there. So I've never been in this position as far as an ejection or eviction at all. So I was just curious as a concern as far as upon a notice of lease cancellation and in order to vacate the premises that we have the hard copy of, what exactly are the procedures as where the department stand, and if it's relatable to, of course, landlord-tenant codes, because I've realized that up until recent in 2019, the administrative rules in the department has also been updated regarding the new complexes, kupuna housings, and whatnot. And a lot of the procedures regarding eviction is kind of vague, which more or less up to very informative once it gets down to the lease cancellations. But thereafter, there's not a lot of information except to appeal to the circuit court. And it does state there also that, you know, a lot of the landlord tenant codes are very similar to the department's procedures as well, which then again, that's what poses the concern. And that's pretty much what I wanted to address with you folks today and see, you know, what the options are or what steps can we take.
Okay, Grace, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'm going to turn now to Ryan for some advice to see how we can respond to your question.
Thank you.
Chair, I would request that we briefly go into executive session to discuss the matters that are presented because it does deal with pending litigation as well as future litigation.
Yes.
Okay. Members, can I have a motion to go into executive session pursuant to section 92.5, subsection A, subsection 4 HRS, to consult with our attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the Commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. May I have such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dennis.
Yes.
There was a second?
Second.
Second by Zachary. Okay. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. Grace, we're going to take you off. We may have to ask you to check back in afterwards.
All right.
And at the same time, commission members, take a minute because we have to get everyone else off the online portion to be in exec session.
Mahalo.
Short recess. Short recess. 1 or 2 minutes. so we know you're.
I see her name. So
I see the G. Yeah.
that's.
Hi.
But there's.
Okay. Okay, we're back into open session. Grace, the department is not able to provide for you legal advice. I am able to provide information, and the information that I can provide for you is that the TROs and the enforcement of TROs is something that the Honolulu Police Department is supposed to be doing on DHHL lands. So I think you need to take up the the position that the beat officer or whoever responded to you saying that it's a DHHL responsibility. That is not true. The enforcement of criminal violations of law on DHHL property is the responsibility of the county police as well as any state law enforcement agencies. So I just wanted to provide that to you and then give you an opportunity to sort of have closing remarks, if you will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isla. That does bring closure. And I will take that definitely with me to follow up if need be regarding the TRO issue. And I appreciate your suggestion. And the commissioner.
Information.
Yes, information.
Right. And I will reach out again to the Honolulu Police Department and the chief to remind them that they do have that responsibility. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Aloha.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
We have one more J agenda item, Alika Ate. He originally had alternate business models on DHHL lands, and I believe he's wanting to talk to the department about hemp.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I had inquiry initially when I saw the proposal for casino. I wanted to reach out into also seeing if the commission and the department had also considered other economic ventures. And one of the alternative business proposals I wanted to present was the incorporation of industrial hemp production. When I inquired with our Maui commissioner, the response was that the commission had met with the AG and the position was that hemp is marijuana and hemp is illegal. And I wanted to ask specifically and get an opinion from the AG on that position, because my understanding is, according to the U.S. Farm Bill 2018, hemp is legal. Hemp is not marijuana. Hemp is recognized as a farm commodity equal to growing corn or wheat. And so with that, I was somewhat puzzled and dismayed, and I want a specific opinion from the AG on that, because if opportunities for the beneficiaries who are sitting on agricultural leased lands are being denied that right of opportunity to farm industrial hemp, that's one issue. However, the opportunity for the department to look and investigate in propagating hemp, in generating income for the Lahui, on average would be like a return of $1 million per acre. And that's something that should be worthy to be investigating. Should we look at all the lands on all the islands that are on the department's control? If we had 500 acres in production on every island, you're talking 500 million on every island generating for the Lahui. Separate from that thought, another direction in the production of hemp, aside from the arena of generating medicine for such as CBD oils, The other use of the hemp is in the arena of construction, and specifically could be utilized for the construction of affordable housing. Several years back, we did a test pilot grow utilizing hemp curds that was brought in. We've realized we built a small cottage, but the calculation is that 9 acres of hemp production of herd can build a 3-bedroom house. And so if you keep that formula, then if we were to farm on 4,000 acres and having 3 crop cycles per year, we should easily be growing and building 1,300 plus homes a year. On Maui alone, if we're on the track, we're saying we're supposed to be building 1,200 homes per year to keep up with the affordable housing demands on the island of Maui. So in the next 10 years, they're saying we're supposed to be building 13,000 homes. This is a solution for our people to grow their own homes. And so now we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We not only generate income, but we also put ourselves in a position of creating and building affordable housing on this issue. So there's 3 points that I wanted to ask was, 1, what's the department's official position on the growing of hemp? And this decision will determine the future of the current ag leasees if they can also just get in with it and have that economic opportunity of farming hemp. 2 is to get that decision. 2 is what is the economic plan to also consider industrial farming of hemp and also address the issue of housing for us. The last position I wanted to inquire was, with interest, my company, we are a solely owned Kanaka company. We have majority controlled by Kanaka. We are Maui Third Wave. We have interest on Maui to farm lands. Now, in farming this hemp, it only takes 3 to 4 months. So I can get 3 crops in a year. In particular, the 500 plus acres of Hawaiian homelands in Honokowai, that's sitting around waiting. Is there a way to get a license or short-term lease to get in there and farm it before you guys start to develop it? Same with the 160 plus acres down by the animal shelter by Central Maui. That's been sitting dead ever since HCNS stopped farming sugar down there. What's the plan there? Rumor has it there's going to be some kind of industrial park, but how many years are we going to wait for that? Can I lease that land temporarily, 1 year, 2 years at a time, so we can get in there and start growing hemp and get out of there? And across the street, some 500 plus acres of Pulehu Nui that's just been sitting there for some 20 plus years. How can we get in there? In other words, how can we, a Kanaka company, get in on the available lands that's just sitting?
Okay, thank you for your
That's
question.
My input.
Alika. Randy, you had a question?
Comment. Just to provide some clarification, Alika, in response to your written question regarding your proposal, my response was the commission has disapproved utilizing DHHL lands for marijuana cultivation because it conflicts with federal law. In response to your follow-up response, hemp is not marijuana, etc. My recommendation was that you submit your mana'o to the department via J agenda or public testimony for our next meeting. The commission will not deliberate on decision-making until the matter is brought before us for review and disposition. The process that brings it before us will likely involve legal review and recommendation from our Attorney General. So that was my comment to you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Randy. And that's why I'm present, because I wanted to get into the J agenda, and I also wanted to follow that process. And that is my request, that it does get a formal opine from the AG.
Okay.
Thank you. Mahalo.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alika. And any other questions from other commissioners? Russell?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask the process to get from the crop hemp to the building material. What's all involved in that? Is it like a pressed fiber kind of product, or is it's not like a board, right? You don't.
Yes, it's a board. It comes out as a board. There's various processing techniques. Some of the techniques they'll use it just like create it so that it's utilized just like drywall, and instead of the gypsum board, it's fiber board. So the techniques, the industry has really progressed to where there's a lot of different offerings. You can either get 2x4s, 4x4s coming out of that, or you can get fiberboard, sort of similar to drywall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Then we have David and then Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Alika.
Aloha.
It's nice to hear a classmate of mine be so articulate on issue of hemp. Thank you very much. I have kind of looked at the issue, and is there anyone in the United States who is processing hemp at this point? Other states?
Oh yes. There's a lot. I'm in touch. I'm in touch across the nation. Well, actually, I'm in touch with folks around the world. I joke around that my morning begins at 4:20, communicating with folks in Europe, and then working my way across into East Coast, Midwest, and West Coast. And all in those areas, there's a group, very large production in Kentucky, in Illinois, and as well in California. So there's several entities that are already doing this.
Yeah, well, the 4 o'clock thing, that's just because we're old. But didn't somebody do a project here, a pilot project in Hawaii on growing hemp?
Yes, several. In fact, on Maui 5 years ago, it wasn't growing hemp. It was using hemp for the building of a cottage. And so the entire cottage, it's still there, it's being used. And so that's for the public display to show how easy it was and how real that it is to be used in the construction of homes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in it, and I'm hoping that we will get an opinion from the AG's office that will respond adequately to your request. Thank you.
Mr. David, if I can share this too. Hemp is a very interesting material. Aside from the tensile strength of building a house, it is also fire retardant, mold resistant, and termite proof. Look at your conventional lumber. It cannot say that.
Right. I also know that there are clothes. They make clothes out of hemp already. Right. And I've seen that. I've seen that in the stores. It's a very versatile crop. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Michael, and then Randy.
Thank you, Chair, and mahalo, Alika. Very nice presentation. Actually, David asked what I was going to ask. I was going to ask if there's anyone doing hemp in Hawaii, because I do recall also that I thought DLNR had a pilot project that they did, but I may be mistaken on that. So you answered the question, which states. I was just curious. So you mentioned that the opportunity could be about $1 million per acre of this hemp. Is that like a number that's like international wide average, or what we're seeing in the states like Kentucky and others?
No, it's a number. It depends on what your end product and who your end consumer is going to be with the production of that hemp item. Why I say that, because there's various other uses. The initial use of hemp is medicine. And so, we have a growing problem, not only in Hawaii, not only in America, but around the world. And that problem is opioids. And so a solution to determine or to deter the increased use of those white pills and that opioid use is to utilize microdosing of CBD or the cannabis plant. And so with that, we need to relook at the medical pharmaceutical industries on their increase and new old uses of this plant as medicine. And so just as medicine, we can extract this into oils, as well as, some of the guys, that are from the 70s who are used to using the cousin of hemp, the cannabis plant, more well known as marijuana, which holds a high content of THC. This is the cousin that has lower THC, but it still carries the medicinal properties. So there are still some folks that prefer their medicine by smoking. So this is the arena that we call smokable flowers. And so if you just did smokable flowers, that would generate $1 million per acre. Now, the next use to consider is hemp fiberboard. And with the fiberboard, that's how big of a impact you can go into the construction arena, and then, as mentioned, into clothing and other items. But I would say, just looking at the three, looking at the production of oils for medicine and the production for fiber.
Okay, thank you, Alika. One last comment in my mind is the most important thing I want to share is that I really do appreciate you coming forward with alternatives. Folks that don't like a proposal of a project, fine, but if you don't like a proposal, but you coming forward with alternatives, and you mentioned other than casinos, right, in your testimony. So I really do appreciate coming in with an alternative option rather than just saying no. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Mahalo, Mike. And if I can explain this, the economic gain is not the greatest for us. I look at the involvement of hemp and the industry of hemp will address something that we must address that we have not addressed for the last 128 years. We will have an opportunity to address the oppression of our Kanaka people through empowerment. This plant, this industry gives us the opportunity of empowerment. Why I say that? Because through this industry, we will create employment for our lahui. Look at sugar and the sugar plantation here on Maui. At its greatest, it only employed 725 people, 750 people. On average, hemp, we anticipate one job for every acre in production. If I produce, we're looking at one land right now, 1,800 acres, that's 1,800 jobs. That is double, almost triple than what sugar employed. And we know the cost of living in Hawaii. We calculated it. On Maui alone, the livable wage is $29.42 an hour. And we never even get to $15 an hour minimum. Yeah, $29.42 an hour. Through hemp, we will get there, and we will take care of our people by employing them. So the real impact is employment opportunities. Not everybody going to be the farmer in the field. I'm going to need truck drivers. I'm going to need auto mechanic. I'm going to need lab technicians to do the daily testing of the plants. I'm going to need extraction workers. We're going to need packagers and marketers. And so you can see the impact. If we, the Lahui, got to look at this. If not us, going to be some outsiders going to do them. So you guys have this opportunity. Rock and roll.
Thank you, Alika. Randy?
Yes, so thank you, Alika. I appreciate that. Your hemp presentation being a departure from the classic THC model that we often think of when we hear marijuana. I want to say there is an undivided interest beneficiary who has made it clear to me they will be using all hemp products to build their home. And I'm not sure where they're going to get the materials from, but I think that's a really interesting, it aligns with what you're saying about termites don't like it. It's very strong material, etc. So I'm going to be curious. I'm going to want to know more from her where she's going to be ordering her materials from. And the second thing, Alika, I just want to say, this is a great opportunity to put your proposal forward, because if there's any opposition, any question about whether this meets legal muster, if this is a conflict, now's the time to do it, because gaming in Hawaii is currently illegal, and we're moving forward with that project. So this is a good time for you to move forward as well.
Thank you for that input, because you just said it. Gaming in Hawaii is illegal. As of November 1st, hemp in Hawaii is legal. As of November 1st, we acquired our USDA hemp license to grow. As of November 1st, we planted. We've sowed 25,000 plants, and every month we are going to be on track to be increasing and scaling up 25,000 to 100,000 to 300,000 plants a month. And this is the level that we must go to increase and scale up the demand.
Thank you, Alika. Zachary?
Hello, Alika. How are you?
Oh, hello, Zach.
Long time no talk. Long time no
Yeah.
see. Anyway, Alika, I'd like to get the opinion from the AG as well. But, on Molokai, currently, I know there is an organization is trying to cultivate hemp here up at my brother is probably involved in that. But I think at one point, I think they stopped production for some type of reasoning. I don't know. I don't know if it's my question is there do you need to get a permit to cultivate this particular hemp on any type of land, whether it's Hawaiian Homes from the Department of Ag or anything? Because I think they stopped the production because they did not have the proper permits. I think I'm not sure what it was. So are you familiar with that?
Yeah, there is a permit, there is a license, and the requirement according to the Hawaii hemp law is that we now go and apply to the feds at the USDA, and the application goes to the USDA for a hemp grower's license, and we get that. And then at the end of the harvest, the current Hawaii law requires you, if you intend to process in Hawaii, you must now then go to the Department of Health, state of Hawaii, to get your manufacturing processing license. The dilemma there is when I inquired with the State Department of Health, they admitted that yes, they by law are the agents, is the agency to handle the manufacturing processing license. But my last discussion with them was they currently have no regulations nor directions. And I told them that, well, we're following the books and we planted November, so nature does not stop. We will be harvesting in April and May, and I sure hope by April and May, the Department of Health has some type of direction, position following their regulations. If not, we then take this money, this biomass, and we will ship it out of state to somewhere like the West Coast and let another state make the money. And so we will not stop. We will have to just, if the state is not ready, then we will ship it out of state and have it processed elsewhere.
So Alika, you think we need some type of legislation to fix all the kinks and tweak it a little bit so that the state agencies that is responsible can move forward if this is allowed?
I don't think we need legislation. Legislation already exists. It's just everybody got to wake up and catch the wave. You know, I mean, it's legal, it's legislated, it's been mandated all the way up by the federal government. It's up to the state and the agencies along to get in line.
Okay, thank you. David?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like, Alika, that maybe the health department hasn't established rules yet for.
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Okay,
Exactly
so are
that.
they in the rulemaking process, or do you know?
That was my inquiry. I inquired with them last November, and they admitted that, yes, they know that they're the ones in charge of policy and rules making, but they have none. And my recommendation, well, my hint to them was, we are legal to plant, and once we harvest, then what?
Yeah, we having been through rulemaking in the commission, all I know is it takes about 18 months for that to go through and get signed off by the governor. So I would be kind of curious if they started, because of the time frame to get this online. But again, thank you very much.
Yep, mahalo.
Thank you, David. Any other questions, commissioners? If not, Alika, thank you very much for your informative presentation. We will be in touch.
Aloha. Yep.
Aloha. Okay, we're done with J agenda. We'll go back to the agenda from this morning. And Ninia, thank you for joining us. Thank you for getting through your other meetings. And we'll go to agenda item C2, Charlie 2.
Chair?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Randy.
Yes, so since you mentioned J agenda, I apologize. I was late in getting on, so I was waiting to hear Uncle Pat's testimony brought up for discussion. I'm not sure if that occurred because everybody else went and I didn't hear from any mana'o on his submittal.
It did not, and I asked commission members if they had any questions, so this would be the appropriate time. Randy, if you want to bring it up.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to, in reviewing his submittal, I just wanted to indicate my support for his concerns. And the reason for that is our beneficiaries knew before we went into session the reason why we were having this special meeting. And that was the result of information that was not made available to the commissioners prior to taking a vote. Specifically, it was Governor Ige's public statement that he does not support gambling in Hawaii. Added to that was the department's acknowledgement that they knew about that beforehand, before they decided to take a vote from the commissioners. And in fact, when I was reading the minutes, in the minutes it says here from Deputy Gomes, and I'm just going to quote the last sentence. Well, no, the deadline for the governor's package was yesterday, so staff will have to get the bill to the governor's office and the attorney general's office for review. From there, the decision will be in the hands of the governor, whether he wants to include the bill in his package or not. There is no sufficient information about when or how that works. The concern I have with that statement, it does not, it is contrary to what the department already knew in advance, that the governor was not going to support gaming, that it was not going to be included in his legislative packet. And so, you know, that when I look at that, that just doesn't align with the truth. But going to Pat's concern, so we went in, the public knew why we were going in. We had a pretty extensive discussion, in my opinion, and then we came out and said nothing. So for Maui, there were several beneficiaries who called me and said we were either confused, or the question was, is that how these deliberations end? They just come out and adjourn. So to Uncle Pat's point, I'm not an attorney, but I don't believe attorney-client privilege is so all-encompassing that the department comes out, adjourns, and says nothing to our beneficiaries who are waiting for something. So in that regard, you know, I support Uncle Pat's concerns. I don't know if that's going to change anything with the department, but I think it's a legitimate concern he has brought up. I think that connects us to, as commissioners, ensuring that we remain accountable to our beneficiaries. That has been my position regarding this proposal, and I realize I'm sounding obstinate and for some kicking a dead horse, but what I have to say, and will continue to take a position when the opportunity arises, is the result of what I believe to be my kuleana to our beneficiaries. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. You know, with regards to what David said earlier, my plan was to go and talk to Ryan to see what would be releasable. My original read was that the entire discussion was privileged, including the gotta be careful here. The question that was asked, there were no surveys taken, but the question that was asked was all privileged. And so if you don't mind, I will ask Ryan, in his opinion, what might be releasable from that privileged conversation, and I would be happy to include it in a response to Uncle Pat. It's just that I don't think there's anything that is releasable, but I make this commitment. If Ryan says there's something that's releasable, I will include it in the response to Uncle Pat and in the minutes, and it'll be there for everyone to see.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Mahalo.
Okay.
Chair,
Thank you,
it's Ryan.
Randy. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and just along that line, in addition to Uncle Pat's testimony, yeah, we did get testimony in support from the Maku'u homesteads. I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Ryan?
Oh, no, just to reiterate, Commissioner Ka'apu did provide a summary of the executive session discussions earlier this morning when the commission was reviewing the public testimony. You know, as far as the privilege, I don't hold the privilege to waive, you know, discussions had in executive session. However, we can go, you know, during our executive session, we can discuss this item and how to go about, you know, the proper release of information from that previous discussion last commission meeting.
Okay. With that said, Ryan, then I'll add it to tomorrow's executive session discussion. Randy, you still have your hands up. Did you want to?
Yeah. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ryan, for your responses. I do appreciate it. I just want to add that I wasn't present for Commissioner Ka'apu's comments, so hope I wasn't being redundant, but I wasn't there for what he had to say.
Okay. We can have that discussion tomorrow in exec session.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we're out of J agenda, and we'll go to agenda item C2.
C4.
Or C4 first?
Yes.
Okay. So C4.
Aloha, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Niniao Kauai High Special Assistant, Office of the Chairman. I requested to do C4 first because it's the workshop on the former Waikoloa maneuver area. And then item C2 is the action. So the former Waikoloa maneuver area encompasses about 100,000 acres in Waimea, Waikoloa, Kauai High, heading down towards from the Gold Coast towards Kona. Back in 2015, the department became aware of this particular designation in the Pu'ukapu area, as Nahazo is trying to be used for home repair and home renovation. And so since that time, the department has been working closely with the state regulator, the Department of Health, and the United States Army Corps of Engineers at Fort Shafter, who has the military oversight and responsibility to address remediation. So this submittal is to catch up some of our new commissioners who weren't, since we haven't talked about it in a couple of years, I just wanted to bring up this education for our new commissioners. And also because as you see on this map, Sector 15 is our Pu'ukapu area outlined in the upper right corner in red. So it's Pu'ukapu and Kuhio Village. Last year, the Army Corps came out with an updated map, a draft of an updated map. Next slide, please. Which will expand the maneuver area into our lands towards Honoka'a and the back of Waipio Valley. And that's Honoka'ia and Nie. So on this map, you can see the extension. So in red is the original boundaries. On the right-hand side is Pu'ukapu and Kuhio Village. And then the expansion is the purple area that goes beyond the red. So it heads more Mauka up Kohala Mountain Road, plus it comes to the back of Waipio Valley and before Honoka'a. Yeah, thank you. It's hard to breathe and talk with that mask on. Next slide. So our other affected lands in Waimea include Lalamilo Phase 1. And right now, Army Corps is hiring their contractor to come do additional survey work for the area shaded in yellow. Waihai Harbor.
Some scanning work was already done back in 2017. And for our lands in Pu'ukapu that underwent scanning, Army Corps is hiring another contractor this year to go back and review the data that Parsons collected, and then to prepare an adequate report, draft report on its findings to the Department of Health and to this commission. So part of the formerly used defense site process, the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, we are in phase 1 inventory, and then we're trying to get into phase 2 in our properties of Pu'ukapu and Kuhio Village and Lalamilo. And the CERCLA process is what the Army Corps uses. We're in the preliminary investigations phase, and it takes approximately 7 years to go through everything bulleted here to long-term management.
Okay. Members, questions for Niniao? Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ninio.
Thank you.
On your presentation, we have Waikoloa, Lalamilo, and Kauai. What other areas are we looking at besides these 3 for unexploded ordnance? I'm aware of that there's some in Maku'u.
Yes, so the former Popoki target area is located in Maku'u farm lots. And so that is already in long-term management. Cleanup work and removal of practice bombs was done in late 2011, 2010.
Okay. Thank you. What's the cost associated with these initiatives for remediation?
Well, thankfully, since the contamination was caused by the U.S. military during World War II, the federal government is responsible for the cleanup costs. And then because the land will never be unrestricted use, our lessees and the department utilize UXO construction support when doing any ground disturbing activities.
So Mike, that means that somebody has to, if you're going to dig, significant amounts, you have to get somebody who's qualified to come in and basically do a metal detector, which detects anything down to 3 feet, and then they excavate it very, very carefully. And if they get to 3 feet and that's good, and you got to go to 6 feet, then they do it again. It adds additional costs because of the potential for any unexploded ordnance to remain in the area even after they survey. So that's a product of our lands being used by the U.S. military for training prior to, during, and after World War II.
Okay, so would the federal government have some responsibility for the costs of doing that?
It's something that they could. They could, in some instances in the past, they've made available to other communities. As of yet, we've not been successful for them to do that for Hawaii, but we will keep trying.
Okay. Thank you.
David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Niniao. Niniao, you know that this is not a new subject for me. And
Right.
it is still as troubling as it was the first time that we talked about it. And I really think that this commission should explore the filing of a lawsuit against the United States and HUD, quite frankly, because the same properties that are in the FUDS area include Waikoloa Village. Waikoloa Village, anybody can get HUD funding. Anybody can get FHA funding. There's no restriction for that. And there's no support services when they have to construct their home. The only people that are subject to these stupid rules, in my view, is the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And I think the reason why we're subject to this is because we haven't been assertive in putting the federal government taking the federal government to task for this. And so we continue to wait. We waited. We heard when we started it in 2015 that, by 2017, we might be getting some release so people can build 18, 19, 20. Nothing has happened. We're still in the same position. I'm not saying this is your fault. You're just the bearer of bad news again, right? To let us know that we're still not moving forward. But we have beneficiaries that they can't repair their houses. They can't get a loan to build on their property. At the same time, we're saying we can't get people off the wait list. Our own beneficiaries can't even build on their land right now. And it affects such a large portion of this Waimea, Kawaihae area in West Hawaii that it just makes me very angry to think about whether or not we have lost an opportunity because we knew that there was disparate treatment between us and fee simple owners long ago. Had we filed the action back then, we likely would have had a result by now. And I did speak with Joby about it, and she said there's some permit that the Department of Health has to sign off on or something like that. But I think we need to be more proactive in pushing this issue because it affects our beneficiaries every single day, especially in West Hawaii. But thank you.
Thank you, David. Other questions from other commissioners? Go ahead, Russell.
So, David, are you prepared to move to make a motion as to proceeding with legal action against the United States and et cetera?
I don't know if that's agendized, but if it is properly agendized to raise the motion, I would, yes.
And I would second that motion. But what's the answer to the agenda question?
Okay, that goes to Ryan.
Typically, because it's related to litigation, the agendizing would be on the exec session calendar or the agenda. And then we would discuss, and then the commission would go into a vote and authorize my office to, well, since we're a little, we haven't vetted the concern. Yeah, I am the office, but in this type of situation, because it would be a lawsuit against the federal government, the Attorney General would have to authorize, me or my office to go ahead. And it may be the case where, it's a special counsel issue. But, to Commissioner Kaupu's question regarding the agendizing, it would be proper to place it on the executive session agenda. However, I don't believe we can amend the agenda for this meeting, only because of the nature of, the nature and consequence of such a decision would not be, de minimis or, small. It would be a larger, this type of litigation would have a larger impact. So it would have to be, in a subsequent agenda.
Okay. David, Russell, is February, excuse me, agenda something that we can consider for an agenda item?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Chair, is this a matter that we now have to start the process of communicating with beneficiaries on this proposed, I guess we're looking into it at this point rather than moving forward with it? I'm not suggesting that, I'm asking because I'm not sure how that whole process works.
I don't have an answer for you. My recollection offhand is filing a lawsuit is not something that is in the beneficiary policy. If the commission wants us to go forward with it, I mean, we can. And I see Ryan. I see Ryan's bubble activating. So go ahead, Ryan.
Yes. So the HARs don't talk about beneficiary consultation in regards to litigation, as Chair mentioned. However, the Commission and the Department has discretion to go through the beneficiary consultation process regardless.
Can I ask Randy what your mana'o on this is, whether you think this warrants going out to the beneficiaries at this point in anticipation of a February agendized consideration?
I do. I think it's warranted. I think that's a fair opportunity to provide to our beneficiaries. I'm inclined to agree that the federal government filing a lawsuit against the federal government for failing to meet their responsibilities is certainly something I would consider. But I would also be open to having beneficiary consultation on this matter.
So David, maybe you want to move instead to put it on the February agenda and for the department to commence the public process, and then I will second that motion if you're so inclined.
Well, I think that if it's going out for beneficiary consultation, I think the beneficiaries who should be consulted are the ones that are affected on the Big Island, because they are the ones that are sustaining the loss. So I think you would find a large support, at least among the people that are in the affected areas or the beneficiaries in the affected areas. Whether or not it has to go out for the entire statewide, I'm not sure that it would, because this is a very specific regional area. I don't think anyone else is affected by this, because I think Maku'u is done, but certainly if it affects the entire Big Island, then yeah, I have no problem going out to the entire beneficiary population. Thanks.
Ninia, which areas does this affect?
It affects Pu'ukapu, Kuhio Village, Kauai High, Makai, Lalamilo. And then now with the proposed expansion, Honokaia and Nie.
Okay, I would suggest that beneficiary consultation be limited to those areas, only because there's beneficiary consultation going on right now, and I'm not sure Andrew and those folks, because of the 2-week time to get out the postcards, will be able to get that all done before February, if we had to do it statewide or island-wide. Randy first, and then Mike. Excuse me.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I would agree. I think it is a regional issue. And I think it's the kind of issue where beneficiaries should be afforded an opportunity to express their concerns. And I would imagine if any of those beneficiaries who have had to live with this kind of situation, they probably have a lot to say. And I would like to hear from them as we prepare to consider the filing of a lawsuit. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Nini, going back to Nini L's presentation, there was a sheet that had all the bullet items, and you mentioned it will take about 7 years to complete that process. And I believe the last one was something about, I don't know, land management or monitoring.
Long-term management.
Okay. What does that actually mean? I mean, what's involved in long-term management?
It means that the Army Corps will come back every 5 years to ask the residents questions, or if anything was found in between the time, between the every 5-year period. So long-term management still keeps the U.S. military on the hook in case additional objects or removal work needs to be done.
Okay. Okay, so just, I mean, along those lines, I feel like Maku'u should be involved in the beneficiary consultation, because it seems like there's potential that beneficiaries may want to build, and there's potential that they may come across ordinance. That's my input on this.
Okay, but they already have gone through the process, and so
Okay.
the long-term management phase is basically you're able to do what you need to do. In the case of Maku'u, you should have, even though it's not a requirement, you should have construction support. They're in the phase where, as they go along their lives and they do things, they're in the recognize, report, and retreat mode. That is the long-term management, and report it to local authorities, who then call in the the military disposal folks. If an item is significant enough, then it may cause a re-look at that area at that point. I'm just concerned that if we include Maku'u, that they may be led to believe that something else is going to occur in that area, and that is not the case.
Okay, so to clarify then, Chair, if a beneficiary decides to build a dwelling, they come across ordinance, they need to stop, report it, and then the military or someone would come in and remove it?
The process is you call 911, the local authorities then bring in EOD expertise, and if the item needs to be dealt with, then it is dealt with and then and removed. So that's the current process.
Okay. And who would bear the cost of the removal if there is ordinance?
It would be the unexploded ordnance team from whichever branch of the military is assigned.
They would bear the cost then to do that?
Correct.
The removal. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commission members? I can't see the screen right now.
Dennis.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, I just had one comment. I know this is specific to us. This is covers a specific area, but are there any other areas throughout the islands that have this type of problem? I mean, if we're looking at possible litigation with the federal government, I think we need to look at all encompassing. What other areas do we have issues? So it may be an island-wide thing to look at all areas.
I can tell you that ordinance has been found in Nanakuli. However, it's not been designated an area for further investigative procedures. There were some grenades that were found a while back. The big grenades found at schools in Waimea. I don't recall, but I would say the situation is such that as evidence becomes available that training occurred in a certain area, that triggers this process. So I personally would not rule out any lands that DHHL has. However, there may not be any evidence of unexploded ordnance being used in those areas.
Okay, I just thought I'd bring it up just in case. Thank you.
Okay.
I also can send that we have a statewide map that identifies all of the FUD's areas on trust lands. So I'll share that by email.
Thank you.
Okay, so Brian, some assistance here. Do we need proper procedure is we agendize an action for February. I get staff to conduct a beneficiary consultation in the area that is impacted at this time. And now I have.
So commissioners, just for clarification and to be sure that we understand the directive from the commission. So what Niniao has discussed with regard to the formerly used defense sites and the cleanup of the these areas by the Corps of Army Engineers. What has happened is that as responsible landowners, even after the cleanup, there's a lease addendum that is added to our homestead leases. And that condition in the lease addendum makes the lessee aware that these were lands that were, formerly used defense sites that were cleaned up, and that if there is going to be any ground disturbing activity that occurs, that construction support should be utilized. So if I understand correctly, Commissioner Ka'apu's concern is that the character of this land as a formerly used defense site is very broad in the Waikoloa area, covering acres and acres of land, including both trust lands as well as private lands, and that borrowers utilizing FHA, for example, in a fee simple situation, are not facing the challenges that our beneficiaries are facing with FHA in the homestead lease situation. And the triggering event for our homestead lessees is this lease addendum that our attorney generals have recommended we include in our leases. So my only concern about conducting beneficiary consultation that I would like to, prior to a decision of the commission being made, is that those documents are all in public. If we are going to move into litigation we want to make sure that there isn't anything disclosed in those public settings that can be used against the commission or the department should we actually be in a litigious situation with the federal government. I'm not suggesting that that's not the appropriate course to take. It may be the appropriate course, just given the clear difference of how the treatment is being done between fee simple and leasehold, even though the character of the land is exactly the same. Now, I think there's a couple of due diligence efforts that need to be undertaken, both with us and with HUD. The first is identifying the actual trigger in the FHA documentation that is causing a challenge for our lenders. because the lenders that lend with FHA 247 on the homelands also lend FHA in the fee simple world. So there's a trigger in the documentation that's creating a problem for them. We've got to understand what that trigger is. Number two, HUD local provided some guidance regarding this matter, but it was extremely convoluted because even our own Office of Native American Programs in Washington, D.C., which administers the NAHASDA program, so Office of Native American Programs administers NAHASDA, which is different than the FHA 247 program, which is administered by the Commissioner for Federal Housing, two separate departments within HUD. But even in reading the guidance administered by the local office, it was not clear what that actually meant. So when we get into beneficiary consultation, as you can fully understand, you know, sometimes what the department says is not always what the beneficiary hears. This matter is complicated and we don't have all of the information yet. And I do think that the first step should be at least to identify the actual language that's problematic, number one. Number two, to get the guidance from HUD local so we actually see what the language is and whether or not that language can be clarified either locally at the federal level, you know, to make it possible for the lending to be consistent between the FHA lenders that lend on the private lands as well as the public lands. Now that's just talking specifically about the challenges that we're facing with FHA lending, which is, I think, to the issue that Commissioner Ka'apu is raising. Anything having to do with NAHASDA, so that's Section 184A lending, block grant lending, that is very specific to the guidance provided by the Office of Native American Programs. And that guidance is related to what's happening on the ground with this FUDS cleanup. So I just wanted to add that additional dimension only because these conversations have been happening with HUD DC as well as HUD local. There have been some steps forward. I don't disagree with Commissioner Ka'apu's concerns about beneficiaries being directly impacted and that there being a differential treatment. I just want to make sure that before we go to BC in any way that we understand what we're talking about and that we don't inadvertently compromise our position vis-a-vis, you know, the opposing party, which in this case will be the federal government if it's authorized by releasing information preliminarily. So I just wanted to thank you, Chair, for having the opportunity just to bring that information forward. I know that this hasn't been an issue that's been top of the agenda, and so I appreciate that Niniao is revisiting or bringing this information back up again because it is very important.
Go ahead, David.
Thank you, and thank you, Joby, for clarifying that. I am in favor of conducting the due diligence prior to having an action item, but I was hoping that we would get some of that due diligence in the presentation today, since we were discussing that and since we understood what the issues were. And so I felt that it was important to bring it up because we don't know where we stand on this, and we should have an understanding of what needs to be done to fix it, because the only issue is how do we fix it, right? And so if we can get that direction by conducting additional due diligence, certainly we don't want to file that lawsuit, but if we're unable to do that, which, you know, since 2015, this has been 5 going on 6 years, we have beneficiaries still impacted, I mean, directly impacted, because they can't build their house and they can't fulfill their obligation under the lease simply because the federal government is not moving quickly. And when Niniao says that these people are coming out again, do you remember how many times Parson was going out to all of these sites over the years? And I mean, it was every day they were going out. And so it really troubles me when they're saying now we're gonna start again. We're gonna look for a new contractor to go out and do these things. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but you know, that just troubles me. But thank you.
You're correct, Commissioner Kapu. Unfortunately, Army Corps, when they wrote that contract for Parsons, it was for two sectors, our Pu'ukapu and Kuhio Village, and Sector 16, which is non-DHHL land. And so when they made this 400-page draft report and gave it to the Department of Health as the state regulator, it got rejected because it was so mixed up, and when you read it, you couldn't tell which sector you were in because all the data had been combined. And so DOH asked Army Corps to please fix the report and make it into two, keep Sector 15, which is Pu'ukapu and Kuhio Village, totally separate. And that's what Army Corps is doing this spring, hiring a contractor. I don't think to go out and redo the data collection, but just to put together the raw data and put it into a draft report that DOH will accept.
Yeah, if they went back out again, they probably would get shot by these beneficiaries for trying to go back on their property again. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add that the Department of Health is just trying to achieve some level of confidence on our behalf too, that the property is safe, which is why they're holding the Army Corps to a little bit higher standard. It is taking longer. That's separate from the question of, are we being treated the same? So
yeah, we are not. we're being treated like third-class citizens for whatever reason.
So we will endeavor to do the due diligence and come back to the commission with those findings, and then the commission can choose to move forward if it is the commission's decision to move forward with some sort of legal action. And at this point, I think it's premature to do any beneficiary consultation until we have something to consult on.
Yeah, I think it'd be, yes, I would recommend that at least the commission deliberate on the information before we do kind of any extensive beneficiary consultation, because it is a very multifaceted issue and very easy to get confused, and everyone's issues are a little bit different as it relates to this.
Even within the federal lending, right?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, questions regarding that action going forward? No? Okay. Thank you, Joby, for bringing up some institutional memory.
Thank you.
C2.
C2.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Niniao Kauai High, Special Assistant Office of the Chairman, item C2. The recommended motion is to approve the delegation to the Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission for signature authority on right of entry to the United States Army Corps of Engineers for an exploded ordnance remediation on trust lands in the former Waikoloa maneuver area.
Can I have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you, Dennis. We get a second?
Second.
So the purpose of this submittal is to speed up the time. Instead of waiting for the monthly meeting, we've been preparing right of entry requests from Army Corps as they go into Lalamilo Phase 1. And so I thought it'd be streamlining the process by having the commission delegate to the chairman signature authority for the Waikoloa Maneuver Area Trust lands when we work with Army Corps of Engineers and their subcontractors to do remediation.
questions for Niniao? Commissioners, any questions? Okay, David?
Thank you. So Niniao, is this going to be something, is remediation something that's going to be happening prior to next month's meeting before we understand what the issue is what the issues are?
Yes, so the department already received a request for right of entry for Lalamilo. So we're continuing the scanning work for the back portion that was highlighted in that yellow colored lines on the map in my prior presentation. And so instead of waiting, I guess, another month or two, Army Corps is ready to go out now with their contractors, and they made the request back in December, I believe.
Okay, I certainly don't want to hold them up if that will move the process along. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Dennis?
Oh, I didn't have anything.
Russell?
So Chair, just so I understand, what authority does the chair have to sign absent a special authorization like this? Who normally signs for these kind of things? Because I don't remember being asked to sign anything. I don't know if the other commissioners are signing on behalf of the department or.
The chair has been the one to sign on behalf of any decision making that the commission makes. So it's asking to defer. It's asking to delegate to me the authority to issue these rights of entries to expedite the investigation and remediation of these particular parcels. So I don't have to come back to the commission every month. But if you want to keep that, then that's fine also.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, if we didn't do this, would you not have the ability to sign it?
I think because of the extensive period, I would not.
So usually you see limited right of entry or right of entry requests coming out of Kahana's shop.
Right.
Yeah, so this is what that is, except it's coming, it's addressing the UXO issue, where the Army Corps is the person getting the right of entry and not, a commercial business or not,
So, Chair.
Go ahead, Dennis.
So what we're doing is just giving you the delegated authority. We're just not bringing it through the commission first for approval, and then you always sign on everything anyway. So we're just giving you the delegation to do it so we can move this on without going through that next step, through our step.
That is correct. Dennis. Yes, that is correct. Russell, does that clarify for you?
No, but I'm not. I'm just trying to understand. So, but you are signing for the department in normal course, right? You have that authority as the chair.
On rights of entry that have been delegated to me in the past, yes. Good. I'm gonna ask Joby to come and provide more clarification.
So what's delegated to the department without commission authority is limited right of entries, which are usually for a 30-day window. That the chair can sign without the commission's authorization. Typically what we do is once a year, we bring back the request to the commission for authority for the chair to sign rights of entry, or as we've been talking about, moving into revocable permits, which then are renewable, 30 days up to a year. So I think And typically when those come to the commission, they usually include the term and the applicant or the tenant, and the period that right of entry is going to be in place. What Niniao is requesting, I think, is it's very similar to what we typically do. They want for a year period of time, but because all of that information is kind of fluid right now as to the areas, we do know the applicant. It'll probably be that authorization will be from the time the chair signs for a year. So it's just giving us a little bit of flexibility because this is a little bit of a fluid situation, exactly the area within, I believe, that Waikoloa maneuver area. So just to try to expedite the cleanup effort, I think that's why the action came forward this way. It's very similar to what we usually do in requesting authority from the commission or delegation of authority from the commission to the chair to sign the rights of entries that are intended to run for no more than a year period. If it runs more than a year, then we come back.
Okay.
Chair, could I just say something? I think it might be just the way it's worded. It says delegation to the chair for signature authority. The chair has signature authority. All we're doing is delegating the chair to negotiate this right of entry, to expedite it. Correct?
Correct, but it also involves the signatures of approval.
But you already have signatory. We don't sign all the ROEs, correct?
I only have signatory authority as to where the commission has delegated.
Okay, all right.
This is asking for that delegation.
Both, okay. Got it.
Any other questions, commissioners? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, the motion carries. Thank you, Niniao.
Mahalo.
Go back to the agenda. And we have land development with Stuart Matsunaga with an update on Kapolei project.
Aloha, commissioners, and Happy New Year. I want to turn over the mic to Daryl Ng, who is the acting Master Plan Community Development Manager. Daryl is considered to be Mr. Kapolei, and he is the best versed in providing this presentation to you of all of our East Kapolei projects. We'll follow up next month with other West Oahu and East Oahu developments. So at this time, Daryl, thank you.
You have a PowerPoint? Hello, commissioners. Again, as Stuart mentioned, this is a summary of project status on our East Kapolei projects. Next, please. In East Kapolei, there are two major areas that the Land Development Division is working on. The Kanahili on the left side of your screen is also known as East Kapolei 1. That's about 92 acres, 403 residential lots, as well as the DHHL headquarters, fire station, and parcels for community activities. Ka'ulu Okahai, also known as East Kapolei 2, has about 1,000 single-family lots, 1,000 multifamily parcels, which should be done by both DHHL as well as other agencies such as HHFDC. Although it's not DHHL land, the Kroc Center is considered part of the master plan community. Next, please. Within Kanahili, again, 403 single-family houses. The other facilities, the area outlined in orange is the phase 9, the last phase of 37 turnkey houses by Gentry Kapolei. All have been completed and occupied as of December. The other project going on right now is along Kualakahi Parkway, also known as North-South Road. That's where we had constructed a barrier wall and had put in 3 pedestrian access points so that pedestrians could come out of Kanahili and walk up to the rail station and other activities in East Kapolei 2 without having to come all the way down to Kapolei Parkway and back up again. The cement sidewalks, cement pedestrian pathways have all been poured, as well as handrails installed. DOT had also required us to put a median fence along Kualakahi Parkway so that people wouldn't jaywalk across the 6 lanes of traffic. All that construction has been completed and we're pending final approval before opening up those walkways. As mentioned that phase 9, 37 turnkey houses are the last turnkey houses to be built. There are still about a half dozen self-help homes under the direction of Habitat of Humanity. Some are in construction and others are going through the process. When those houses are completely occupied, that will close out the Kanahili project. Next. Ka'ulu-o-Kahai, again also known as East Kapolei 2. There's about half a dozen villages or increments for this project. Increment 2B, which is the major portion of this picture here. Phase 1, 100 turnkey awards, all completed and occupied. That was also by Gentry. Phase 2, the area in blue toward the top. Lot selection was done in November 2019. I believe 1 or 2 houses have already started construction. The others are going through the process of getting their financing and architects. Phase 3, the area in red, is 37 lots. Again, turnkey by Gentry. Lot selection was held last month on the 5th. And the individuals are going through the contracting process. Construction is expected to start in March or April, with the first people moving in July and August. Those 37 would be completely occupied by the end of the year. On the bottom of the picture, increment 2A, that had been scheduled for single-family houses, approximately 150 lots. We're taking a step back on that and using the opportunity of proximity to the rail station to do a multifamily residential and retail complex. We have a consultant on board to help us with the request for proposals, and we should be issuing that by the end of the year. Next, please. 2C is directly above the 2B, which we talked about earlier. Consists of 130 single-family lots, along with 2 roadway extensions. One is Veke Street on the left side of the picture. That will also open up the what is designated LDA 3 or low density apartment 3 for development. That could be multifamily units or other transit-oriented development because it is about halfway between the Ho'opili station and our East Kapolei station. On the right side of the picture, the extension of Manakapu Street will connect us to Ho'opili, and that will allow us to turn Monacapu Street over to the city for their maintenance. That was not taken into the Hawaiian Homes inventory when we took the Escape 2 lands, specifically because we would be able to have DLNR transfer it directly to the city for maintenance. That has already been done with Keahumoa Street, which is below 2B. This single-family lot project we expect to advertise later this year, probably no later than summer or fall. Construction will be about a year and a half. So we'll have lots ready to turn over to a developer or lessees probably in early 2023 or so. Any questions?
That was an update of the Kapolei area. Do you have any questions for either Daryl or Stuart?
Yeah.
Patty first, then Russell. Go ahead, Patty.
Daryl, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Daryl. How are you?
Hi.
I wanted to ask the increment 11C. Is that above Kalu'okahai? Is that DHHL?
The two main streets through Kauluka.
How big is that acreage?
I'm sorry?
How big is right here, increment 11C?
8.4 acres.
How many acres?
There.
How many acres total is that lot?
Total, I'm sorry. Kauluka is about 400 acres.
So increment 11C particularly, not the whole entire Kalu'okalai.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the acreage offhand.
Okay, so the next question is, Daryl, is the DHHL street from Kalu'okahai, are they going to be connecting to Ho'opili, and are they connecting out to Fort Weaver or Honouliuli? Another ingress out? Do you know?
Yes, Keahumoa Parkway. Could you go back one slide, Mike?
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah, you see where increment 2B is,
Yeah.
just Makai of that is Keahumoa Parkway, and that is already connected to Ho'opili. Eventually they will connect out to Fort Weaver. I don't know how far over they are yet, but probably about halfway, concerning their first phase. Directly Mauka of 2B is Monacapu Street. That currently ends at the top of increment 2B, but when we construct increment 2C, we'll extend that to Ho'opili. So that'll be a second thoroughfare all the way through Ho'opili to Fort Weaver.
Okay. And I took a drive out there, and to view that homestead, it's built really nice, but looking at Ho'opili and how they have constructed and moving forward, man, that place is a mess. There's so much homes out there. I don't know the how they're gonna figure out the getting out of what you call that whole project area in there, but it is a mess. So I figured they needed to either get out by using Fort Weaver, another access from that corridor to get back on the freeway or close to the transit. Do you know if the Kanahili Community Park is open, Daryl?
The park is open, yes.
It's open.
Yes, from what I understand, the community association has issued electronic key fobs so that only the residents can get into that area.
Okay. So then
They
it's
have a
called, it's a
locked gate.
private park then, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a private park.
Yeah, community, for the Kanahili community.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Daryl.
Oh, just one more piece of information on the Ho'opili and access. They will
Yeah.
also have access points on Farrington Highway, not just east-west, but also north-south.
Well, I'm glad to hear they should have more access. Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Russell?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to ask with respect to this slide. So the process, when the entirety of the property was still vacant lots, or even before that, when it was just raw land, and on paper they had drawn out what it was going to look like. At that point, people received an award of an undivided interest. Is that what happened?
Yeah, undivided interest awards were given for 2B and 2C.
2B and 2C, okay.
I don't have a count of how many actually have converted those into a lease award, but some were done for 2B and some actually converted theirs to Kanahili leases. I don't know what the balance is at this point.
So we're on this slide where it says turnkey awards. Those were already built and then they were awarded. Already built product. Is that what turnkey means?
Turnkey, they select a lot prior to construction based on the designated model, either 2, 3, 4 bedroom.
Okay.
And while the house is being constructed, they go through their loan approval process. And it usually takes less than a year from the lot selection and contracting to the first people moving in.
So, and then in the blue where it says vacant lot award, they just get a lot and then they go line up their own contractor to build their own model of house? That's how it differs from a turnkey award?
That's correct. They're able to select their own contractor, their own design for the house, and they set up their own financing.
And then what was, I'm just trying to understand the process and the thinking. What was the thinking to have different kind of awards? Some, you buy the model we have, some you make up your own design, some you just get an undivided interest. I'm not sure why not all of them weren't undivided interest. Is it just a matter of time? These things came online at different times in the process and therefore different commission was approving it, or how does that all work?
So Russell, let me take the undivided interest. The undivided interest was a product of Micah's time where the idea was we have these large parcels of lands that we will develop. You go get ready. We're going to provide you with counseling to go get your financial house in order. And when we are done with the infrastructure, the vertical, in those cases, many of them were a developer constructed house, so turnkey. We are in Kanahili, we finished all of the development of lots and houses that can be done on that parcel of land. There are a few undivided interest lessees left. They will only be allowed because they were given a chance to move over to increment B. Some of them chose to do so and were awarded. Some did not. And the only thing that's available to them in Kanahili right now is if there's a re-award of a house. So that's the undivided interest. And then there were undivided interests for all parcels that land on Oahu and actually many places in Kona and Maui, where these undivided interest awards, it's actually a paper lease were given out, and people were told to go get ready because as we get money, we're going to improve these. The vacant lot awards is something that is fairly recent, I think within the last maybe 2-3 years. Prior to that, everything was turnkey or habitat or self-help homes. The vacant lot awards came about because some people were being bypassed on the wait list because they couldn't qualify for a turnkey. So in an attempt to not continually bypass these folks, a vacant lot was made available to them so they could build something within their financial means. Now, some of those awardees who became lessees built homes that were sort of more economical than the turnkeys, and believe it or not, some vacant lot awardees built 5-bedroom houses that cost more than the turnkey homes. So it was, the vacant lot was really to give one more tool in the toolbox of beneficiaries accepting awards to build something within their economic price range, if you will.
And so the undivided interest, the turnkey, and the vacant lot, are those all still being employed by the department under this current administration?
What we have to do is, if there's development in a particular area where there was an undivided interest list created, we have to offer them to the undivided interest lessees, paper lessees first, before we can go to the wait list. So in the past several years, we've been going through these undivided interest folks who already have a lease, but now physically have a lease and a vertical structure, and they haven't been counted towards the production of Joby's administration and my administration, because we're getting them from that paper lease into a physical lease, into a physical structure. We anticipate, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, depending on what island, we will be able to get through the undivided list and then go back to, or as we get through the undivided interest list, we can also, if there's enough inventory, go to the actual wait list. So that's the undivided interest leases history and the priority, so to speak, that they get.
And just so I understand, that instrument or that form of ownership is no longer being used going forward.
That is correct. We stopped.
You're just honoring the past commitments made.
Yes, we stopped issuing undivided interest leases.
And then on this slide, increment 2A and 2C, those will all be finished product, turnkey awards, right? You're looking at higher density stuff because of rail, but there'll be no vacant lots in the future for those 2 increments.
We're not sure. That decision hasn't been made yet. We still want to try to accommodate as many folks who have been on the wait list for a longer period of time. So first, we got to take care of the undivided interest, and then if there's anything left afterwards, that can go to the wait list. And then the product that can be offered there is multifamily, residential turnkey, residential vacant lot. All of that is still being considered.
Yeah, currently 2A is expected to be multifamily rentals similar to the Bolodrome site, but it could change. It could be, we could consider multifamily leases, a condo type situation.
But if it's multifamily rental, then it's not rent to own, it's just straight rental. If you're renting, your name is still on the list, for fee award.
That's correct. You'll
Or
still
not
be
fee,
eligible
but
for
a leasehold award, yeah.
Right, and then we have the new pilot project for the purchase of homes off the homesteads coming up, yeah? But that's very limited.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions regarding the update on Kapolei? If not, thank you, Darrow, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have one more agenda item. It's agenda item C5 and Hokule. Thank you for waiting very patiently. And that is an update. It's an informational only update on the Hawaii Revised Statutes, public hearings for administrative rules relating to the management of water system.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. This is item C5. It's just for information to report on the public hearings that were held for proposed administrative rules related to the management of water systems. I wanted to note that we also have Gigi Kyrell from the Planning Office. Should any questions come up about the water systems that are a little more complicated
Aloha.
than what I can answer.
GG.
Aloha, everyone.
So as just some background, I guess, to start, because these proposed rules have been in the works for a number of years now. So just to make sure that everybody has some basic understanding and we're all on the same page with where we are in the process and what's been going on. The department owns 4 water systems, one in Anahola, on Kauai, Ho'olehua on Molokai, Kauai High, and Pu'ukapu on the Big Island. Pu'ukapu is a non-potable, so non-drinking water system. The other 3 all provide drinkable water to the consumers that are connected to those systems. So the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act says that any water system within the exclusive control of the department has to remain in the exclusive control of the department, meaning that we can't alienate any of these water systems that we own. So part of the challenge that comes up is how do we manage these water systems in an efficient and financially smart way. In 2014, the Commission adopted the Hawaiian Homes Commission Water Policy Plan in an attempt to kind of figure out not only new sources of water and how to manage that, but also how to manage the water systems that we own. One of the goals identified for managing our water systems was that the water system should be managed to break even financially over the long term. So part of the puzzle with the administrative rules is trying to get to that break-even management. So another piece of this puzzle is the water rates. And we were moving the administrative rules and the water rate increases at the same time. The water rate increases went through their own informational and educational and beneficiary consultation process, and those were all adopted by the Commission. The rules are still moving, and we're coming up to the last phases of adopting the rules. The importance of the rules is, improving operations and holding the department to some best practices, but also the rules provide the department with enforcement authority. And it's enforcement authority for, any sort of water shutoff, any water meter obstruction. So if staff or our service providers cannot access the water meter, we're able to address that tampering of the water system, water theft from fire hydrants and all of those things, as well as delinquency. So the rules give the department, importantly, enforcement authority to address these issues that are pretty significant on some of our water systems. And so that's kind of the policy behind what we're trying to do with the rules. And in November, we undertook public hearings in order to move one step closer to adopting the proposed rules. So the public hearings are part of what's required under the Hawaii Revised Statutes to adopt rules. We did them all online. We had 3 separate days of hearings. They were conducted as live meetings. Each meeting had an informational session, followed by the public hearing session. You can see on page 3 of the submittal, I sort of summarized the hearings, and participation during the live event was low, but the number of views since that time, is not bad considering what our record for participation in public hearings for rules has been in the past. We only received written comments from 2 individuals and 1 community association in Kailapa. One comment was in support. The Kailapa Community Association had some questions about the service rates. And then another individual had a couple of comments specific to the text of the rules, dealing with communication and the timeframes allowed to resolve issues, as well as a provision about access to consumers' property in situations that require repair or protection of the water system. So that's kind of my summary. If there are any questions.
Okay, Commissioner.
This is Dennis here in Kauai. I just had a question about the interruption of water supply in case the department needs to work on the system, or there's been a line break of some type. I noticed that there's a lot of stuff here that holds the department not liable for issues. And as they're working on our system right now here in Anahola, there have been times when the water has been shut off, and then when it's activated, what's happening is all the backflow preventers start leaking. So according to the rule, it says now the owner has to maintain that. So if there's a malfunction of your backflow preventer, you need to repair it and then have someone come out and certify it, which is going to cost them money. So I'm wondering if there's a way to put some kind of a pressure restriction so that when the water's turned back on, and I don't know if they slowly turn the water on, if they just open up and let it blow, to help alleviate some of those problems, because what you're going to do is you're putting more cost on the tenants or the lessees at that point. And I understand we're trying to protect the department from additional costs and so on and so forth, but to now put it on the tenant from something that was either caused by the system that's owned by the department tends to be an issue.
Aloha, Commissioner Nevis.
Yes.
This is Gigi.
Hi, Gigi.
So a couple of things. Hello. A couple of things. Typically in the water industry, Backflow preventers are always maintained by the homeowner. In DHHL world, we started to maintain them ourselves. So we're just trying to go back to best practice in the industry. Secondly, all of the backflow preventers in Anahola will be totally replaced. They will be getting brand new ones. So hopefully there should not be any issues when the water gets shut down and turned back on. Those backflows have been there since the beginning, like the 1980s. So they are very old and deteriorated. So I'm not surprised to hear there are issues as construction's going on. But they are due to be totally replaced with brand new ones. And we will be issuing letters to all the lessees that is our contribution, that we are giving you a brand new backflow. And then from here on, they would be responsible as lessees to maintain the backflow. If there are issues where our system is causing an issue, those kinds of things will be looked into. And then we can determine on a case-by-case basis if the error was on our side or on the lessee's side. So I hope that addresses the question.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. One other question I had is on the rates. You show rates that start FY 2020 for, say, let's just say 5/8 meter size at $28, 28.08, and then you get so much per, looks like tier one's 20,000 gallons or whatever. But there's a schedule of rate increases for 9 years, and what determined that rate schedule?
So the rates underwent a water a study, a water service study and cost of service study, and so part of determining the rates is to figure out how much it costs, right, to run the system, what it would cost to break even on the system, and then to try to balance that with the affordability of the rates. And one of the challenges that our systems face is they are all very small systems. So we don't have economies of scale to kind of help us balance that sheet the way that, Board of Water Supply on Oahu can balance that sheet. So I know, even in the comments that we received from the Kailapa Association, they're talking about how their water rates are higher than the county water rates. And a lot goes into that. The small number of customers, as well as the source, and trying to balance what our beneficiaries can afford, but also what we need to run the system. The systems are all subsidized by the trust. So they're all running at a deficit, even now. And so the rate schedules that are attached to the rules, each system has their own rate schedule. And those rate schedules are attempting to get to a point where we're closer to break even.
And those rates are based on what it costs to operate the system?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Zach?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this question is for Gigi or Hokule. When we did the study for that 9 or 10-year water increase, was the delinquent included in that rate increase? The delinquent.
No,
Delinquency.
no, it was based on assumption that all customers, including the non-beneficiary commercial customers, were paying in full. So if we continue the delinquency rate the 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 current rates will not cover that. So that's where some of the trust subsidy is coming in, is to cover those delinquencies. So it's even more critical that we move these rules along, because the district offices are not able to shut off water for delinquent payers. And so this problem has just been going on for a very long time. And also our hope is that once the construction is completed for Anahola and Ho'olehua, and we have a more efficient system to work with, we will of course revisit the rates. I believe in the rules there are timelines where we are required to do the cost of service and rate studies every couple years. So what is currently reflected in the rules, while it is a 10-year projection, we do follow best practices like the counties, where every couple years we redo the study and reset the rates. So I hope that helps.
Okay, Zach, did that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other commission members?
I just have another question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so currently here in Anahola, I know we've got about a 30% people aren't paying their bill. So how would that, if they have to go to the spigot, how would that affect the current rates that we would start out, say 5/8 at $28, your basic fee? Will that affect what's going to happen when we redo our rates and review our rates? If we have 30% of the people that aren't paying, it's obvious the rates are going to go up for the people that are paying. Is that what we're saying?
Well, in the water industry, as in a lot of others, it takes a two-step process: education at the front end, which we did do when we initiated the rate increase, and then it's going to have to come down to enforcement on the back end. We need both of those combinations to address the delinquency. We haven't had those tools before, but with these new rules, that'll give us the legal authority and the tools. And it's basically up to us as the department to operationalize it and implement it. That's what it comes. It's like a lease violation, right? You got to do the education up front of what your lease means, and then you got to do the enforcement on the back end. Of course, the water bills are at a much smaller scale, but it's really the same, the same idea.
So what is the enforcement? I mean, is there a charge for spigot water so that we recover some of the cost? We can't cut off water, I understand that, so we go to the spigot, but the spigot's going to be metered. Is there a charge for that meter spigot? How do we do that, or do we?
So currently, without the rules, water cannot be shut off. Once the rules are promulgated and adopted, then the department will have authority to follow a process to shut off water service. The water spigots are available in certain communities, right? So there's one in Pu'ukapu, and I think Kahiki Nui has one, and I think a couple of other places. Each spigot is required to be metered under the rules, and also under the rules, it has to come up to commission as to set any limits for what can be drawn from a spigot during any billing cycle. So the rules anticipate a charge on the spigots of some kind.
So if they're not paying their water bill, they go in the spigot, they're not paying that bill either. But what I get concerned is, and I understand we need the rules, this is the only way we can start something, and I understand that. If somebody's not paying their water bill, and they're not paying their spigot bill, and other people in the community under the system are paying for them to get water, how do we fix that inequity? What is the next step of enforcement? Is that a lease violation? Is that a contested case? Because we're really going to have an issue as we go farther down the road. I appreciate there's a process, because we don't have a process now, and a lot of people are getting by. I just need to try to figure out what is the next step. If you're going to a spigot, you're not paying your spigot bill. When do we sit down and say, okay, enough's enough, contested case? If you're not paying your water bill, just like you're not paying your lease payment, what do we do, and where are we going to go with it?
So I'm reading through the discontinuation of service process, which is 10-4.1-10.
What page, John?
In Exhibit A,
Okay.
in the top corners should be the rule numbers. So we're looking at 10-4.1-10.
Okay.
So there's a billing conference where it can be disputed, the shutoff can be disputed, and a payment plan should be reached. But it would seem at the end of that administrative process would be the spot for a contested hearing, a contested case hearing.
And I noticed that conference is with the island supervisor for Hawaiian Home.
I think it's the district office supervisor, or
district office.
but it's actually a different district office supervisor than the one that's been handling the billing, right? So we've removed it one step. So the Kauai supervisor would not be the one conducting the billing conference. It would be someone else, unconnected with the case.
And we have enough staff to do this? I'm just asking the questions, because we have a district supervisor and a clerk.
Right.
And I know other districts have more people. I just wondered have we talked about how this is really going to work? They don't need any surprises.
I mean,
right?
Yeah. As you know, as chairman knows, the last couple of years, we've talked about a water branch. When these rules go into place, that is a concern. As with any rules that are new rules going in place, we have to, as a department, we have to operationalize it and staff it up. We got to do the education and the enforcement to address the delinquencies, and that's the operational side, of these rules. But it's an issue, for not just these rules, but all the other new rules that we put into place. Is how do we operationalize it and implement it?
Yeah, the short answer to your question, sorry, Dennis, the short answer to your question is, we're going to have to do it with the staff that we have. And, sometimes we got to change priorities around. So likely we'll have to send some district manager from another district over to hear those basically contested water bills.
Okay. Well, just one other question. When is this finalized, this document? Okay.
So we would bring this back next month for commission approval. After commission approval, it would go back to the Attorney General's for review. And we do it in that order in case the commission has any changes that they would like made. Then it goes to the Attorney General's. And this particular set of rules will actually have to go to the Small Business Regulatory Review Board because there are some small businesses connected to Ho'olehua. From there, it'll go to the governor. So we've got probably a good 4 or 5 months ahead of us.
But as far as any additional comments or changes, Chair, should we send those directly to Ho'okele? I haven't had a chance to read the entire document. Okay.
Yes, but at this
That's
point,
all.
they should not be they shouldn't be substantive, right? Otherwise,
Oh
we
yeah,
gotta start the
no,
process.
just some minor stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hopefully, so this new rules, will it ever go back to the beneficiaries for consultation before it's adopted?
So these rules went through beneficiary
already.
Yeah, they did. And one of the reasons we split the submittal is not only for commissioners' benefit, but to give beneficiaries, some time to go through and digest the material as well, and have an opportunity next month to speak to the commission as a whole. So it won't go out for consultation because it's already gone out for consultation, but we've tried to spread it out to give as many sort of bites at the apple and opportunities to comment as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Zach, thank you. David?
Thank you. Hokule, just as a practical matter, I know Pu'ukapu has a non-potable system. We also have a spigot. I do know that some of our beneficiaries who do not want to pay the $122 a month or whatever that charge is for the water, still go down to the district office to fill up large water tanks, haul it all the way back up to the property. So I am hopeful that prior to this rolling out, that there's an education process that will be rolled out for them, that there is going to be a spigot charge. I don't know what that's going to be, because right now it's not regulated. I don't think it's locked. I think people just go down whenever they can or whenever they choose to fill up their water tank. So if that process is going to change, I think we're going to need to make sure that everybody has the heads up so that they can adjust. And then it may be worth it for them to turn on their water at home as opposed to, driving down every few days to fill it up, because right now there is no charge, right? So.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Other commissioners? Additional questions?
I just have one more question. Kule, in Anahola, we'll have a spigot at the new tank area?
I'm not sure. Gigi, do you know?
No, I don't believe so. We can double check with Stuart, but I don't believe there was a planned spigot for Anahola.
Well, my concern is if we already have folks that we know are not making their water bill, we'll need to have a spigot.
Commissioner Nevis, I believe there will not be a public spigot. There are spigots at the water tank site, but that's basically for use for the facility there, but it's not open to the public or to the beneficiaries.
Okay, so my question is, I'm not paying my water bill. You shut off my water. Where's my spigot?
So Commissioner Neves, this is actually one of the questions that we asked at beneficiary consultation. As we asked, how should public water spigots be managed? And surprisingly enough, the overwhelming response we got is that there should not be public water spigots because your responsibility is to pay your water bill. And we do have spigots for areas that do not have potable water, but the beneficiaries that participated in consultation, the opinion seemed to be not to expand the water spigots.
So I guess my concern is that then are you saying the department can shut off somebody's water here in Anahola on this system and we'd be okay with that? We wouldn't be sued for shutting off water and not providing a spigot? I don't have a problem with the spigot myself because I pay my water bill, but we know that 30% of the folks out here don't.
It's the same as the county water departments. They have no problem shutting off somebody's water, and that's it.
Yes, and
That's
I
it.
understand
So
the county
that's
water.
partly, that's partly, when we drafted the rules, we looked at best practices, we looked at the county's rules and regulations. That's what this set of rules is based on.
Yes,
If that is
Gigi.
something that the commission would like to change, then let's look at that. And how
Yes,
do we
Gigi,
manage the spigots?
I understand that. My issue is we're not dealing with the public, we're dealing with beneficiaries. And beneficiaries down the road you're gonna shut their water off and we're not gonna provide a spigot. Now, if you go to the beneficiaries that don't pay their water, I bet you they're gonna tell you, give me a spigot because I can't afford the water that I'm using. So I'm just saying, I understand the whole process and looking at public water systems and so on and so forth, but my responsibility is to beneficiaries of the trust. That's a whole different animal. So I just want to make sure that's clear. If we don't have a public spigot here, we're going to have an issue. Because if you have a public spigot in other water systems that you own, that's a discrimination. Just want to put that out there, not threatening anybody, just concerned that we got to have uniform policy for all systems that we own. If we're going to provide a public spigot somewhere else, we should provide it here. That's all.
So
thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I think you have a point. However, this was an outcome of beneficiary consultation. They strongly recommended against having it. As a commissioner, you have, the ultimate fiduciary duty, which is to disagree with beneficiary consultation if you feel that it's the best interest of the beneficiaries that you represent. And so at some point, I'll turn to Hokule. And Hokule, would the consideration of the addition of a spigot be something that's considered a substantive change or not?
The rules have a provision for water spigots. 23. I'm just trying to double check if it precludes the addition of water spigots, because we do have them typically in areas that do not have potable water. Yeah, the quick reading, it doesn't preclude the department from adding additional spigots to what we already have provided. So under the rules, we could add spigots to Anahola or to other areas to address the concern of non-payment and access to water.
Okay, so Dennis, it sounds like we have the ability, after we try shutting it off, to add a spigot at a later date to sort of test out the beneficiary's recommendation that one not be there. We have that flexibility, is what I'm understanding in the rule, to adjust.
Okay, I understand. And I know we're putting in a tank, so we're doing a lot of construction up here. My concern is to try to get it, included in that. That's going to have to be Stu's call, but just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate your concern. Other commissioners? Okay, Hokule and Gigi, thank you very, very much for your presentation and fielding the questions after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hokule. Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, this brings us to the end of today's meeting. We will convene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with an executive session at around noon or noonish. We have added one more agenda item to the commission meeting. Zach?
Well, Chair, I know F1 is for tomorrow, right? F1.
F1 has been moved to tomorrow, and if you have comments, I think Joby offered, please share the comments with her before tomorrow.
What about F2? Does it go with F1?
F2.
F2's done.
I think we did. F2 is completed. The
Rather entry. Okay.
Yeah, F2 is completed. But thank you for checking.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Yes, David.
I think also Leah reminded me that we have a short contested case hearing following tomorrow, the conclusion of tomorrow's regular session.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up, David.
Thank you.
Leah. Okay, if not, do I need a motion to adjourn? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 No one opposed? We'll see you tomorrow morning, folks. Thank you very much for your time.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you.
See you guys.